Hi, just wanted to let you guys know that we are now streaming live on YouTube. So this will be viewable to the public, and it will be recorded and posted on the Stack website at the conclusion of today's meeting. Well, tomorrow's meeting too. Um, we're going to start here in a couple minutes. And then Montana Parks and Outdoor Recreation staff will go ahead and start their presentations. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I would like to hand over to our first presenter, Stephanie. Stephanie, you are welcome to begin. We are live and we are recording at this point. Thank you. Okay, Region 4, I'm not hearing you guys. So I'm not sure if Tom or Stephanie are trying to speak at this.
You got it.
There we go. There you are. Thank you.
All right. Christy and Bob, can you hear me now? Awesome. I'm Stephanie Brown. We're going to just start with introductions. I'd love to hear just a quick moment or two, everybody's name, where you traveled from or where you're calling in from today, and also why you're on this committee. What about trails really just drew you to this committee? And then we'll circle back to staff and we'll share a little bit about ourselves as well. So shall we start with those online? Christy, would you like to go first?
Sure. My name is Christy Drake. I'm been with the trails kind of community since I moved to Billings back in 2008, actually. I've been serving as the executive director of Billings TrailNet since 2012. And let's see, what's drawn me to trails? Just ever since I was a little kid up living in Lake Tahoe with my dad, he would take me out hiking, and so pretty much that's the only place to be. It keeps me sane and alive, and when I'm not on a trail, you know, for a number of days, I find that I get kind of grumpy. I think everybody should be able to be on trails.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right, who would like to go next? Go for it, Brenda.
I'm Brenda Mossett. I'm the Director of Marketing for Visit Southeast Montana Tourism, and that region does include Billings, Yellowstone County, up to Golden Valley County, all the way down to Wyoming, Bighorn County over to South Dakota and North Dakota. So 13 counties plus the Northern Cheyenne and Crow reservations. So on that professional realm, I see a lot of opportunities for trail development, infrastructure needs in the eastern part of the Montana. But and then the personal side, I'm also very similar to Christy. I'm out on the trails quite a bit. And it's important to give back. I had my first stint, my first paycheck job was with the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, Youth Conservation Corps. So I built trails as one of my first paying jobs, and also picked up dead carp, but that's a different story. Very dead carp.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Walker. I'm currently chair of the Montana Trails Coalition. I've been involved professionally, or I was involved professionally from 1972 to 2008 at 2 different states as recreation and parks program manager. I've been chair of the American Trails for a few years back in the 90s, chair of the International Association of Snowmobilers, and was chair of the National Association of OHV Program Managers. I'm a total trails person. In the summer, I like to hike, I like to bicycle, and I like to ride a motorcycle. In the winter, I like to cross-country ski and downhill ski. So, and then hopefully all of you have been getting nearly weekly legislative reports to keep it posted on what's happening, frightening, at the Capitol in Helena.
All right, I think that's all we have online for staff members. Let's move over here to the room and.
I'm Mike Patterson. I'm from Butte. Why am I interested in this? I'm kind of diverse person. I like to competitively trail run. I like to ATV, and snowmobiling is very important in my life. So kind of diverse interest that way, and trails are important because that's what I do all summer. You know, in the wintertime too, with the snowmobiling is out enjoying the trails, and there's a lot of wonderful things that I know this committee we can help do in the future.
Okay, quick, I just see Christie's hand up. Just sorry to interrupt, Mark.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you could turn the camera to the room so that we can see who we're working with, please.
Sorry, I thought I
Thank you.
turned it on. Is it on now? No, it's not.
We're not
Give it a
seeing
second.
anything.
It would probably just take just a second.
It worked in my trial run, but we've noticed now that that isn't always.
Oh,
Here we go.
there.
Can you see us now? We can see us.
We can see ourselves.
Not see
No.
them anymore.
They cannot see us, but
No,
we can see us.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Well, we know we're here.
Hold on. Wow.
That's funny.
No.
I hear Ginny Sullivan's voice, I think. Am I
I
right?
am here. Hi, Chrissy.
Hi.
Oh, there she is. You
Wow.
caught me in the middle of a sandwich.
Well, it's a good thing I can't see you right now.
Yes.
Andy?
It's not pretty.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think we almost creeped in on someone else's meeting.
We are getting someone to help with that.
Okay,
So-
Region 4, I just upgraded you to a panelist.
We can
Okay.
see you now.
Oh, she can see us now.
Oh,
We can see us.
Can't
yes.
see Bob Walker anymore.
My Bob is gone.
I think Bob just turned his camera.
Okay,
on.
no
He's
problem.
Probably tired.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
No worries. All right, I'm Mark Smolin. I'm from Big Fork, and I too am kind of like Mike, that I enjoy trails all year round. I'm a e-biker, I'm a hiker, and in the wintertime, I'm a avid snowmobiler. I'm the chairman of the Trans-Montana Charity Snowmobile Ride for the Montana Snowmobile Association. And we held our ride back in February. We raised 30,000 plus for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. So we're proud of that. But again, just, you know, I like to see the trails be used by all people in, applicable areas. And I like to see the money get used in the best possible way. So that's one of my main reasons for being here, is just to try and see this important asset that we have, the money, smartly used.
I'm Julie Riley. I'm a Montana State University Extension Agent, half-time in Broadus, Powder River County. Started trail work, I guess, wanting to build an active infrastructure, and probably in 2015 in this little Broadus. And for myself, I like to hike. That's probably all I do, but I do it in the wintertime also. So I'm so grateful to be here.
I'm Madeline Martin. I'm from Eureka, and I'm a phonetic hiker. I like to do 2,500 to 2,700 miles a year. I hike summer and winter. Bob, I want to thank for the weekly updates on everything. That's very helpful. I am on this panel because as a volunteer for Fish, Wildlife and Parks, for in the past a grizzly bear specialist and still for a wolf specialist, I'm interested in finding this happy balance between opening up land, public lands for recreation, but also considering wildlife habitat. In the first meeting I attended, I noticed that my voice was not heard at all, and that the trail was put in for snowmobiling, where I was totally against it, but I will keep on trying. I think it's very important that we do consider wildlife habitat with the influx of people in our state. And I am also on this committee because I really like to indeed award money to the appropriate projects. One of the things that is close to my heart is development on reservations. Not that I live on one, but I know that they could use a lot of help. And that's basically it. I'm very interested in everything that's trail, and I cross-country ski and downhill in the winter. Of course, downhill is not related to trails, but cross-country is. So, yeah. That's me.
I'm Jenny Sullivan. I live in Missoula and work in Helena, so I feel like I represent both those places. But my history is I worked for a national nonprofit bicycle organization based in Missoula for about 16 years, Adventure Cycling Association, along with Bob. Bob's help co-founded Bike Walk Montana, which is a national advocacy or state advocacy group here for promoting biking and walking in our communities across the state. And now I work for the Montana Historical Society, which also does a lot of work with state parks, historic parks. And I just want to keep my fingers in things after spending 16 years advocating for biking and walking, that trail community that that I got so connected with during my national stint is really important to me to see us be able to do all great things in the state of Montana and really bring trails to our communities, whether they be large or small, because they can have such an impact on people's health, whether that be physical or mental. So I'm really committed to that. And I'm always inspired by the stack, overwhelmed, but also inspired by all the different trails out there and how much need there is for this money. So I'll end there.
I'm Alice Santos. I'm from Helena, and I've been on the stack board, I believe, since 2018. And I'm an avid biker. I would say I probably use the trails most for biking. I do hike. I love getting out in the wintertime. I haven't been able to get out as much this winter. We've got ice just covering everything in Helena. I don't know if you ever get out in Helena. There's ice everywhere. In the winter I get out and I do the cross country skiing. And one of the things recently, we used to have younger kids, and as they travel around the state for sports, we would get out and kind of sample the trails that we were giving money to. It was really nice. Now my kids are in college. We just bought a camper van. So we've been spending a lot of time on BLM property and doing scatter camping and just finding these trails. And, you know, every year I go through these grant applications and I make a list like, how did I never hear of this one? You know, and I make a list of all the places that we're going to try and hit between this year and next year. So we've done that pretty consistently since I started doing this. And it's really been nice to see. Sometimes it's real obvious where the money is going, because especially with the new trails that are being built, some of it's less obvious. It's just that we can use the trails where they might not have been usable before. So it's really been kind of a treat. I'm happy to be here. Not sure how long my stint is going to go, but it feels a little never ending, but it's been awesome. So
Thank you. Let's switch over to staff. Beth, are you still on?
Hi. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. Good to see everybody's faces. I wish I was in Great Falls in person, but we're just juggling a whole lot of different things right now, especially with the legislative session and whatnot. So welcome to another stack meeting. I'm just planning to really kind of just more listen in, maybe help address any questions that some other staff members just maybe aren't able to, if they just don't have some of that more historical knowledge. So anyway, just here to kind of listen and help if I can. And I just obviously have a keen interest in trails. And I think all of you know kind of my history there was Bob Walker was my predecessor. That's all I need to say. Yeah, so was, you know, just had the fine pleasure of serving in the State Trails Administrator role for almost a decade. And now more in the Parks and Rec Administrator role. So yeah, it's fun work. And if I'm on a trail, I'm happy. I don't care what time of year it is or what type of mode it is. I'm just happy on a trail. Thanks.
Way to go. Or so as Beth mentioned, it's wonderful to have her here for her historical knowledge. Tom, Stephanie Adams, and myself, I'm Stephanie Brown. All three of us are new. We've all been here for less than a year. I'm the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief and get to work closely with Tom as well as 3 other program managers. And as far as trails, I have a 5 and a 7-year-old. So we love to get out hiking. We do a lot of mountain biking in the summer. And they also have, my kids have little 4-wheelers, and then they also have kitty cat snowmobiles. And my husband has built trails on our small little 10-acre property where that they can go out and play on year round. So whether it's on their bikes, a 4-wheeler, or a snowmobile, they are out there and having a lot of fun. My husband is a big motorized user. He's been on several backcountry discovery trail routes throughout the US or Western US. And then for me, I really love getting out on foot. So we have a really well-balanced family that loves to just be outside. And anytime we're on a trail, we're happy. So I'm happy to be here and looking forward to learning from all of you.
My name's Stephanie Clement. I'm with the Recreational Trails Program, and as other Stephanie said, I've been here for a little less than a year, or just at a year, one or the other. Yeah, I've been in Montana for about 4 years now, and my husband and I, we're just outside all the time. It's really hard to find a minute where we're inside. So just out there doing it all, hiking, backpacking, biking, hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, pretty much if you name it, I've at least dabbled in it, and just always looking to expand, you know, our experiences and where we've been and learning new skills. So just a huge part of my life. I can't think of a time in my life where, you know, it wasn't all about being outside. So I really look to, you know, be a part of that world and encouraging others to get outside. And my husband and I also like to encourage, you know, we help other groups get youth outside and women outside and create communities outside. So we're still all about it. So happy to be here.
I'm Tom Lang. I'm the Trail Stewardship Program Manager. I've been in this role for almost a year. I think I popped into this meeting last year for a quick hello that was off the clock because I hadn't started yet. And that was good. So I think this kind of comes full circle. And so it's good to be in this role now for a full cycle. And we got a really good batch of applicants. I've been working in recreation management and public land management my whole career, and started with the Park Service years ago, and then went back to grad school at UM in 2014, and have just been kind of finding ways to stay in trails. My body can't do the work as much as it used to, and so this role fits, and I think this role really does provide an opportunity to invest into communities and allow their infrastructure to grow, and the work to kind of happen that might not have taken place otherwise. And so it's a great program, and looking forward to going through all these good applications with you today and tomorrow.
So folks online, I know we sent the agenda out, so we're just gonna kind of keep going through that. We do have a PowerPoint that will queue up here in just a minute. And we'll move right into just meeting objectives and expectations. Today, we're really going to be looking more at RTP than TSP. So today's primary objective is to gather feedback from all of you that helps support RTP and TSP grant requests. Today, Stephanie I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're totally good.
Is going to lead the RTP discussion and really looking for feedback that's really related directly to the scoring criteria. So with the project plan, project implementation, recreational benefit, connectivity, mitigation, and trail maintenance, education, and outreach. So I'm just going to actually we're going to just talk quickly about meeting expectations, just so that we're all on the same page. Looking for that constructive feedback, providing it both verbally and in writing. Stephanie's going to be handing out some spreadsheets here in a moment. And if she hasn't already, we'll be sending it to the folks that are online. And the spreadsheets that she's handing out provides an opportunity to provide written comment as well. So really looking for that pointed comments and recommendations from each of you, both verbally and written. So looking for that constructive feedback. I also just want to remind everybody that this meeting is being recorded, so we will be able to refer back to that recording too as needed. That standardized feedback, like I just mentioned, really looking for you just to describe the scoring areas when we're talking through some of these applications, and pointing out the areas that you think that are really important in your recommendations. And then all voices, we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak and record your information. So let's just be mindful of that. We'll keep an eye on the screen. I'll help keep an eye on the screen for any folks that are online that also want to speak. So I'll pull up the Zoom meeting here on my computer. And with that, I think we'll just do a brief overview of the 2023 applicant pool.
The next slide is just a PRO division and goals refresher.
Sorry, Tom.
Oh, no, I'm.
So the Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, as you know, went through quite a significant reorganization recently, and with that, established the new Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. And we have three primary goals that really center around people, economies, and resources. And when we're thinking of parks and outdoor recreation, looking at the folks that we serve, people, we're providing recreational infrastructure to help users improve physical and mental health. We're looking to engage youth and families to build the next generation of stewards, and providing safe environments for visitors and staff. When we're thinking of economies, we're really thinking of providing recreational infrastructure that supports local, county, and state economies, and doing work that improves the distribution of recreational infrastructure across the entire state. And then when we're thinking of resources, we're looking to conserve and protect existing resources for the enjoyment by current and future generations. And we're looking to conserve, train, and support staff to improve retention through adequate staffing, competitive pay, and purpose that can be key to the staff's fulfillment and support of FWP. I think that covers it. Are we going to head right into eligibility?
Yeah.
All right. Is that me?
I can take it.
I'll let you take it. Sorry. We kind of went back and forth on who was doing what, and I forgot that one.
And so this is a slide, these are tables we shared back in the summer meeting. And so this is just a refresher to kind of say, here are the two programs that do share a lot of similarities, like eligible entities. But then we get into the next part of the table here with eligible project areas, and that's where things change a little bit. And recreational trails program has more eligible project areas. And so when we look at the RTP applications today, I think there'll be broader amounts of categories, and tomorrow with trail stewardship, it'll kind of just be in those three project areas. And then the next slide just again goes at what we're looking at today with match. So that'll be 20% for RTP and 10% for TSP. And then the administrative overhead, the differences there, and 7% can be included for trail stewardship. And with recreational trails, it's a bit different. And then the other requirements are tied to the federal sub-grant money and the requirements that come from federal highways. Anything else to add, Stephanie?
No, I think we just wanted to quickly show folks this slide as a refresher on these programs are very similar. So just a refresher on what the differences are. RTP is federal funds. They can ask for a little bit more money, but they have to provide a little bit more match. And there's a little bit more on the compliance and requirement side of things. The big thing, one of the big differences, along with equipment falling underneath RTP and not TSP, but Build America, Buy America Act. Now, I don't think we talked about this much at the last meeting because it wasn't in effect yet, or we weren't aware of the effect until after. But any lumber, any construction tier materials have to comply with Build America, Buy America. It's not just manufactured items with steel now, it's also things like lumber that have to comply. So that's just something to note as we go through things and if folks have questions. There is right now like a pending waiver out there in hopes that federal highways will have passed, which would say that any grants underneath $250,000 don't have to comply, in which that would free up RTP with having to worry about that anymore. But at this time, where we stand today is that that is a compliance requirement for all RTP funding. So again, this is just a quick refresher and also a note on Build America, Buy America, because I don't think we were able to talk about that at the last meeting. Questions? Cool. Okay, I guess this is me. So this is just, I believe, a quick breakdown of what we received for funding requests this year. This chart, really quick, is just a breakdown of what project categories and what applications were non-motorized, motorized, or diverse. You remember RTP also has to follow a 30-40-30 rule. So this is just breaking down how the applications categorized. For categories, I've split everything up into construction, which includes like paving of trails or redoing the surface. Education projects, a lot of those, well, it is only those avalanche sort of awareness projects. That's what that falls under. Equipment purchases could be snowmobiles, could be groomers, could be mowers, things like that. Grooming, that's all your winter grooming, both snowmobile and cross-country ski projects. And then maintenance projects, that's kind of a catch-all for anything above and beyond. Yeah, I think we get it. And then over here on the other side, non-motorized, motorized, diverse. What that is, the way Federal Highways likes to see it, so it's just a way that I have to kind of put it out there, is non-motorized is an example, a wilderness trail where it's just pedestrian. A non-motorized diverse trail is somewhere where maybe there's pedestrian, but also biking, but also equestrian use. So there's a diverse, there's different non-motorized recreation happening. Motorized, fairly self-explanatory. Motorized diverse, same as the other diverse category. It could be maybe snowmobiles and OHV if that's happening. They don't fall under there. And then the diverse, non-motorized and motorized, that's if there's pedestrian plus OHV or snowmobile and cross-country skiers. So that's how I've broken up the applications and how they fall underneath those categories. And you'll see, so we've received overall 43 applications, totaling just over 2.4 million in funding requests. We only have just over $1.5 million available. So that's quite significant, about $1 million over in requests than we have available in funding. And then again, that breakdown at the bottom is just how that required 30, 40, 30 breaks down. So we have to have 30% non-motorized, and that can fall underneath either the non-motorized or non-motorized diverse categories. There's the 40% diversified category and then the motorized category. So that's about the funding number that we'll be looking for at the end of the day. Any questions on this chart from folks in person or online?
I have a question.
Yes.
Just based on what I'm looking at, if motorized, that is the numbers that you put down, that's what they're requesting or that's what's available? That 448.
So the 448, yeah, so that's of the 1.5 million, that's how much has to go to motorized projects.
And the request is 441.
Yes, that's how many total funding requests we have for motorized projects. So will note that we have less funding requested than what we're required to actually provide. And this will kick in later. There's a likely scenario where we might kick some RTP funds over to like a motorized TSP project that couldn't get funded. That's where that will probably kick in.
Got that option.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's actually really helpful.
Well,
Yeah,
there's
I
could be, like,
didn't know
all
we ever had that.
motorized.
Yeah.
So is that kind of
Am I just reading
an
this wrong?
option for us?
It's just one that we recently explored and I discussed it with Federal Highways and they said as long as they are qualified underneath RTP and they'd be willing to work with the budget, you know, if they weren't funded through TSP and they say, hey, we can't fund you through TSP, but if you can meet the 20% match, you are eligible for RTP and we'd be willing to kick you over. So, and that's probably that discussion will probably happen after everything is cleared and settled as far as where we are with funding and scores and where you are with funding and scores. And then we'll say, hey, this is what we got left over.
I have a question. In your percentage breakdown, you had 19% were motorized diverse. Is that correct?
No, 0%.
0% are motorized diverse.
Okay, how about the diverse category was 19%.
Yes.
Right.
So, and I probably should know this, but are any of those diversified projects primarily motorized and a smaller amount non-motorized?
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to say. I would say most of the time that's higher percentage non-motorized and lower percentage motorized. Like, for example, there's a couple of Forest Service requests where they have 2 trail crews, one's non-motorized, one motorized, but they typically ask for more money for the non-motorized trail crew as opposed to the motorized trail crew. But ultimately, yeah, they still fall underneath the diverse. It's how it fell.
Okay.
It states here 43 projects, but didn't we have 53 projects, or am I missing something
This
here?
is RTP.
Different program. It was RTP.
Different program.
Oh, yep, here we go again.
It's
Yeah.
okay. And we have, they
I
are
keep on-
very similar
Yeah.
programs, so I can understand the confusion. But this, yeah, recreational trails. Any other questions on this breakdown?
A quick question, Stephanie, on how the education, it looks like you had a request of 6% filling in the education category.
Yes.
So I'm just curious how that's being allocated out according to the required categories in unmotorized or motorized or diverse.
Yeah,
Those
that's a really good,
education-based requests.
it's a very good question. So all our education projects still have to fall underneath one of these motorized, non-motorized categories. The applications that we received, I based their category off of what's been done in the past, which a lot of the avalanche awareness projects were put in the motorized category because they felt that they were more relevant to the snowmobiling community, or at least what we were looking at. So that's where I placed the education projects underneath motorized for now. I'm open for debate on that. But I was just basing off of what looked like happened in the last 2 or 3 years. It looked like they were being placed underneath motorized.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? So I just wanted to throw up this map really quick, just so we can kind of visualize. This is a map generally of where all the applications are coming from, or the areas that their applications are for. And I have it, if you can see it, sort of color coded. We have these grooming projects in blue, and again, that's snowmobile and cross-country skiing. Construction projects, maintenance projects, education, and equipment. And you can just see how it's spread out, distributed, thank you, across the state. I mean, obviously, you can see where there's some major hubs of where a lot of the applications are coming from, and then some other ones spread out. So that was just something fun I thought I would share.
Oh, that's good to see. Helpful.
Okay, and then I just wanted to quickly review what the application review process looked like for us this year underneath RTP. Applications were submitted with a deadline of January 31st. They first went through an internal eligibility review, which included, did they complete the application? Is the project eligible underneath the program? Did they provide sufficient permissions from the landowner or the land manager to be able to do that work? And if there was proper environmental consideration or assessment provided. So that's all in our guidelines. There is a checklist that the applicants can review, and they just have to meet each of those checklist pieces. So after that's completed, the applications were released to the internal committee, and they had about a month, February 7th to March 10th, where we each scored the applications individually based on a scoring list that is on a later slide. So I'll get into that in a minute. So they sent those scores back to me. I compiled them on March 10th. We had a meeting, we talked about everything, and then we kind of compiled that information to bring to you today. And then today we're having this stack meeting here where we will gather your feedback. Can I get one of the spare? Thank you. So that's where this sheet comes into play. This spreadsheet I sent around to the folks in the room, and I'm hoping the folks online received that. Okay, great.
Stephanie, how many people are on the internal review committee?
There's 3 of us. There's myself. There's Shelby Clark with DOT, who's online today, and then Dave Landstrom with FWP Region 1, who is also online with us today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so we scored them out, and what you'll see on the sheet that you have, these are actually listed in kind of highest to lowest ranking based on the internal committee. So that's just how I organized it. So this first one was the highest ranking, And then the last page, the last one would be the lowest ranking. And I'll have more information on that to share with you on my screen, but that's just how I decided to categorize or organize the information. But this stat comment area, this is really important. We'll have discussions here, but I'll be collecting these at the end of the day. If you could please provide me with your comments, and then I'll compile those for our final meeting. And our final meeting is scheduled to take place this coming Monday. And that's when we'll make our final decisions meeting. And then after that, we put everything together to go out to public comment and start rolling the ball. So that's the process that we are working through this year. So just as a reminder and updates.
Great. So then just to provide a similar kind of breakdown and overview, and then tomorrow we'll jump into the trail stewardship applications. We had, or you can move back still. We had a big turnout this year. I think between both programs, we had 97 applications requesting $5.2 million. I didn't check the record book, but I think we like hit an all-time high with applications and funding requests. And Stephanie,
that was across both, right?
Across both, yep. And Stephanie and I have been coordinating together because within that group, you had 97 applications, but you had 23 organizations that applied to both programs. And we asked the applicants not to give a carbon copy, and so everyone also kind of phased out those projects too. So they had unique projects for both programs. This year being so competitive, it's been helpful to be in touch and back and forth, and I think that's kind of something that we'll have to talk about as a group. What's our organization is going to get funded from both programs fully, or do we have to consider how to deal with distributing funds differently based on how competitive things are with funds available. So on the next slide is kind of the breakdown of the TSP funding request. So 53 applications requesting 2.6 million. We have 955,000 in available funds. So this is a pretty tight window.
Less than you anticipated then.
Yeah, and Hope had sent out an email back. Looks like it was in mid-February. Yeah, there was the forecasted amount out of our budgeting and accounting office ended up being less than what was forecasted. And we found that out about a week before applications closed at the end of January. Stephanie Brown and I had kind of been crunching the numbers and thought something was off, and unfortunately that did turn out to be the case. And so yeah, I think the task was made a lot harder by that, by having $1 million less than what we had anticipated. And so yeah, it's that'll be a big consideration of when we talk in depth tomorrow about these applications and about investing that money across the state. So
Tom,
yeah.
so just, I don't want a huge dissertation, but was it that they didn't get as much collections like from marijuana tax, or was it a budgetary when they can release money? I couldn't quite understand
Pass
that.
that over.
Hope wrote that.
There was a clerical error
Okay,
by staff.
but like an addition error or?
No. So when we were trying to forecast, didn't take into account existing grants that had already been allocated.
Yeah.
Happen.
Lessons learned.
What did we?
We're all human.
1.4.
So
Yeah, so unfortunately, 2021 was 1.1, 2022 was 1.4, and we're kind of going backwards here. And we're at 955. Yes, so it's not necessarily the direction we want to go in terms of growing the program in distributing funds. we grew the program in terms of funds requested. So next year we're going to align those.
Significantly.
But yeah, it was something that kind of caught our program by surprise. And I think unfortunately, this has allowed us to put in safety checks and mechanisms to not let it happen again. But I think just some things got lost in translation, and it's just going to make the review process more difficult. But we'll get through it, and it won't let it happen again. Particularly from our bureau, we're working much more closely with accounting and budgeting to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Tom, I've kept my mouth
Yes,
shut.
Bob?
I've kept my mouth shut probably too much in the last couple of months, but I'm going to add that it appears to be a lack of adequate request for authorization from the legislature in the 2021 session. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think so.
No, I think that's accurate, and I think that's great insight, Bob, because that is very specific, and that's something that now we'll be able to put down and start sending that up the chain as well. Any other questions or comments kind of on this particular topic?
Just one comment. I didn't know if you were going to come through kind of like last time. Hope had an agenda to how to get down to that. I mean, we can wear ourselves out in here reviewing these applications. There's some really good ones. I mean, a bunch of them that I'd hate to say no to, but yet maybe some criteria such as whether you accept partial funding. If they say no, maybe eliminate them and maybe end up with the top 5 or 10 that are what we overall consider the worst, and then take possibly those out, leaving us, because we've got a ton of money to reduce these applications by, and partially fund. Look at partially funding a larger number rather than fully funding a total, a small number, do more, because we have some new applications, some new people. The one out of Broadus is awesome. Different ones around that are new, and I'd hate to say no to some good ones just because we're short of money.
Yeah,
That makes any sense.
it does, and I think the partial. Oh, go ahead, Julie.
And the people then at the legislature know that there is this huge request and this need, actually. I mean, somebody needs to know that there's this huge need and what we're having left to parse out or whatever. I mean, I'm just hoping that information gets across to somebody, but I'm sure.
Well, right now we have a request in for $4 million for the next 2 years. So that would be for TSP, $2 million for I always get confused here, for the 2024 fiscal and 2025 fiscal years. So going forward, we should be good. This is a new program, so it's been establishing funding. And I think that was kind of where some of this may have happened. So going forward, we do have a larger funding request in, and right now we're hopeful that everything will move forward with that.
Is the new marijuana distribution proposal going to influence that?
I cannot speak to that. I'm not familiar enough with that.
Tom and Stephanie, I have another question. It's a request. I wonder if you could report to the stack at some time in the future how much money there is in that dedicated account at this point in time.
Yeah.
I've got a question. What is the breakdown of where the funds are coming from?
What I do.
So currently, existing grant projects for trail stewardship funding is coming from 2 streams, and I'm just trying to pull up that. One of it is just I believe it's connected to Senate Bill 5, which would be just the general parks budget. And then the other is the revenues taken off of recreational marijuana sales. And if I can, last year, if I can pull up this budget last year,
And I think with some of these questions, if you want to, Tom and I can return with us those answers tomorrow. Today really is about RTP, so we just want to kind of give that high level overview today of TSP. If you have questions, Tom and I can definitely chase those down or invite Hope or maybe our Chief Financial Officer to attend tomorrow if she's available. I can't commit to that, but I would like to be able to give RTP dedicated time. So if there are additional questions for TSP, maybe towards the end today, we can touch base and we can write them down and see what types of feedback we can get for tomorrow. Sure.
Yes, so then just looking really quick, we've got, a lot of maintenance projects over half. And then if you look at the organizations that applied, the NGOs are definitely the most heavily weighted organization type to apply. And this year we got 2 tribal applications, and that was a gap that was identified last summer. We hadn't received any in the previous 2 cycles. And so that's a great improvement right there. And then when it comes to motorized, we had 13 applications, and non-motorized, we had 40.
And Beth Shoemate has her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I do not want to belabor this point, but I do want to just provide really quick clarification on just a couple of points as far as funding, both for RTP and Trail Stewardship Program, and just kind of how it works through the legislative process a little bit. So in the state of Montana, not only do we have to actually have the funding, the revenue available to be able to allocate that out, we also have to have legislative authority. And so both of these programs go through the House Bill 5 capital improvement. It's actually called the Long Range Building Program for any of those that maybe are tracking legislative process. And so the reason that it sits in House Bill 5 Long Range Building Program is because they take years for these projects to actually get implemented on the ground. Typically they're construction, capital improvement based projects. And so all of our grant programs tend to fall within that House Bill 5 authorization. So even though you might have additional revenue coming in, whether it's the light motor vehicle registration revenue, or even RTP revenue from the feds, as well as the marijuana revenue on the state side again, you still need that authority. You need that authorization from the legislature every biennium. And so I just wanted to provide that clarification a little bit, but we can talk more details tomorrow on trail stewardship.
Thanks, Beth.
And then next slide is just a regional breakdown of how these requests came from across FWP's administrative regions. And you can see kind of 1, 2, and 3 there. Western Montana accounted for about 80% of applications. But then region 6 and 7, which we hadn't received applications from in either previous cycle, we now have 5. So again, another improvement on a gap that was identified and talked about last summer. And so that's just kind of the spread of where they're falling. And yeah, and I think the next, I think before break, we could go to maybe slide 16. Because I think that one, yes.
Cool.
And magic.
So yeah, when we met, so the advantage of our meeting back in August was we kind of identified those gaps and did some targeted outreach to get more applications. But we also talked about updating the application for both programs and standardizing them. And that is also what's going to allow us to kick TSP projects over to RTP this year because they both filled out the same application. And so we kind of streamlined the application more. The RTP scoring criteria here, this project plan implementation benefits, these were all the questions that folks had. And so we thought it was going to be a good opportunity really for to just open up the discussion, to say, within the applications that you all reviewed, this was the flow of the application. And we're just curious how you think your overall impression of the application was maybe this year compared to previous years of scoring, and maybe if there were questions that are redundant in this current setting, or if there's information that you were curious about that you would have liked to see in this year's applications, and so we could next year kind of shine a light on those details, if you think there were things omitted.
Is it,
So I think-
okay, we,
yeah.
make comment now?
Yeah, we'll start with folks online.
I thought that project budget and narrative was difficult to answer, because I honestly, going through all of those, the numbers and trying to guess, from, well, I think that that's a difficult one for our committee to answer. I don't know if anybody else feels that way.
For me, I felt like I wanted more granularity on that subject, where we used to look at like the match and say, is it hard cold cash, or is it volunteer, or in the case of like Forest Service, where it's basically people that they already have on staff counts as their match. It's like that just doesn't ring as true to me as somebody that brings $20,000 worth of fundraising to the table. So those are things. Now, is a Forest Service employee that's already on staff, does that truly count? Yeah, it does. But if I want to weight it, I feel like I should be able to weight it heavier towards the person that raised money, or something along those lines. So I would have liked more questions in that category, or more score numbers in that category, and kind of less in trail sustainability. I felt like I was answering almost the same every time coming across. I mean, there was times where they're different, but it's like, I feel like I'm a budget guy, so it's like I'm looking at numbers. So
I'm still pretty new at this. This is my second meeting, actually. I find this scoring rubric that you have made in the meeting that I was not able to attend very helpful. I am with Mark on what he just said. And another thing that is difficult for me is that you can clearly see in applications when there is a grant writer writing it with a lot of experience, and that there is, for instance, from the reservation, one of them, obviously a person who is assigned to do that with very little experience to none. And the result is that when you use this rubric, you get even a non-answered answer to one of the scoring criteria. I have to speak my English properly here. And I have a problem with that, because I made a comment on the scoring sheet in order to explain that, yes, my score is very low, but I actually feel that this project should be awarded full funding. How can
I
you
would
pick
have
that
agreed
up?
with that, and I would have liked to have just had sort of a, what's your overall score, category, like how would you score this overall? It's kind of a gut feel, and that could help make up for that kind of.
Yeah, I put that in the
saying,
comments.
just in that kind of a case, it's like there are times where there's, but just there are times where I would like a, just a, let me have an overall score.
Also, I would like to have the possibility to, for instance, in my area, I know the areas where trails maintenance or whatever, or expansion is required. Because of my work with fish, wildlife and parks, I know one particular area, for instance, that is a very dangerous areas to expand because of the activities that take place there already. It's a very big hunting area. I quickly lay it out for you. It's a very big hunting area. A lot of stuff is left behind that the hunters don't take home.
Mhm.
And grizzlies are very abundant there. Yet there is a request for extensive expansion of these trails. Okay, so that's of later concern, but if I rate the application based on the rubric, it's a very good application. If you look at the trail project, but if you look at the area, the habitat it is in, it is not a good application. And so I would like to have a possibility where that can be inputted too.
Yeah, okay, great. And I think that's what this meeting really does fix, because the rubric provides a standardized systematic approach. And then today we can talk, or tomorrow, we talk about kind of the particulars.
We have to start somewhere, and the rubric
Yeah,
gives us an
absolutely.
opportunity to rate people. And I will say, I agree about there are grant writers and there are not grant writers, but I was very frustrated when people just simply could not answer the question that was asked. And one idea I had was to put, I know you've done a extensive training and outreach, which is kudos to you guys for all of that. That's a lot of work on staff's part, but a couple sample grants
Mhm.
that people could look at so they know how to answer the plan piece, because
Mhm.
a lot of people were just addressing strategies that they made up versus actually citing plans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think having a couple of really good examples that people can reference
Mhm.
online, maybe you already have that, but I don't think so.
No.
I just thought that might help bring those ones up a level to a point where then they understand what you're asking for. They can go search in the SCORP and see where their plan fits it.
Yeah.
And, or you might even suggest it within the application process, although they may not, or whatever. But anyway, an example or two of really well-written ones that are attainable for people,
Yeah.
that might help.
So
Yeah, absolutely.
one of my last comments on the rubric was, there were a couple times where I felt like there's a couple answers in the rubric that are one word different. It says the
One plan.
grant does this, or the grant mostly does this. And it's like, I just felt like we need more separation, because I felt like the first three, you're all saying, and the first three like possible scores are all like, yeah, they pretty much do it. But it's like, I wanted, it does it, it meets it, and then it doesn't.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted more separation
Yeah.
between those. I felt like
Bigger categories.
I end up scoring them highly simply because I'm picking the second to the highest, because yeah, they mostly did it.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
there was a
But
second.
I just
Real
wanted more
subjective.
separation between those answers.
We're a
or
numbers
something,
guy.
you know, that helped me. Yeah.
Yeah, or there
get
was
there.
a second demand in that same one. And it was like, okay, the first part, yeah, but the second part, no. So
First
how
10
am I
grants
going
I
to score
scored, I
that
was like,
now?
wait,
Yeah.
what am I answering?
But it was very, very helpful from the first time that I had to score, because I had no idea what was expected. And this is a very good guideline.
Mhm. Okay, so the rubric being here this year in comparison to last year is
worked,
a
yeah.
step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Yeah.
so. There I had same sort of comments where something got a lower score, not because it was a lesser application, it's because it only had 2 linkages versus
Yes.
3 linkages
Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
3 or more versus 4, and then there's 5 or more. So it was just like, there were some that only got like a 2,
Yeah.
where I was like a great. Then I'm like, God, I'm just gonna follow what it says. Maybe everybody's doing the same thing. So
Yeah, I think it's trusting the process and knowing that we're gonna come here and then talk about them, that we have these, that we
Guidelines.
also have these, the 30, 40, 30, and the different categories. So knowing that there's this process that follows our ranking allows us to kind of not get too caught up on that. I felt like,
Yeah.
because
More
I got in my
True,
own
but
head a
this
lot
is all-
too, but
This is categorized by score, I'm assuming. So I mean, so
Internal.
things that did score low may have scored low because they didn't have as many linkages the word linkage. The way I was reading, if I had one little piece of a cross-country trail in a network of,
20.
that kind of maybe scored high because there was a lot of linkages. And
Yeah.
that same thing, if it was a snowmobile trail out in the middle of nowhere, would have scored low because it's only linking two
One,
places.
yeah.
So
But
I just, that
again,
was,
this is gonna go through the process of
Yeah.
the 30, 40, 30.
right.
Even though these are ranked high, that's what we have to do.
Yeah.
Hey, Tom, this is Bob. Number one, you've got to have a scoring process like this to induce enough objectivity into your scoring. We all have our favorite projects, let's face it. But the scoring criteria is critical to reduce the amount of subjectivity in our decisions. Now, somebody brought up areas where there may be negative impacts for natural resource reasons or whatever. That might be something, Tom, you could include under trail sustainability. You talked there about how will the project mitigate negative impacts. Maybe we need to address what negative impacts the trail might have. Another point is, and this is where the application guidelines are so important. The plan question 1B has come up a couple of times by the group so far. And it appeared to me that we scored very highly if they had a plan, but it must not have been very clear to the applicants how critical that point is. And so I think we need to look at the guidelines as well to be sure that's made very clear to the applicants. And then the other thing I noticed was, we asked the number of user groups have been identified and well described. Well, I could list every I could list every user group under the fixed in my application. And I know we tried to get away. Some people didn't like this because it takes a lot of work, but we need some way to document the fact that these trails are used or supported by certain user groups. That's all I have at this point.
Yeah, and then we still have that point of the inexperience of the applicants. And then not having the availability of more and not having the funds to pay for a grant writer. I think, I don't know how to mitigate that problem, but I think it is a problem.
The example grant or two
Yeah, I
that they
still
can
don't
look
know.
at
I
and
mean, we're
copy.
talking about lower literacy and everything. So, I wonder if
There's
there would-
people in the community that can write.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I come from a small, tiny town in Montana. There are people that can write the grants in that community. So they just need to do their due diligence to find those people and get their help.
Is there a way that help can come from us?
Yeah, I mean, they've done a ton.
They do
Okay.
a lot of
Okay.
training.
They do a ton.
Yeah.
But just
Okay.
staying instead of technical assistance, because I think that's kind of a topic for the summer meeting. I think in terms of just the application and the scoring criteria, it seems like the project budget and narrative section can be lined out a little bit more explicitly. And then I think with the rubric, we'll be able to make those improvements now, especially based on the fact that we've all used it and given it this trial run. And I think in the summer meeting, we can refine that.
Sounds
But
good.
it sounds like the application improvements were improvements. And there's still some refining to do, but in terms of review and scoring, we're heading in a good direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, great. Well, I think we're scheduled for a break. So folks online, if you want to come back at 1:45, we'll take an 8-minute break. And then we will hand it over to Stephanie Clement to go through the RTP applications.
So
All right.
I just wanted to ask Tom, that slide was labeled RTP scoring. Is it
Yeah.
really more
We'll get started in 1 minute, folks.
But I think
Okay, folks, we will get going here again.
Okay, so I am just working on pulling up the right document to share with you. And while I'm doing that really quick, so my internal committee folks, Dave and Shelby, are also attendees, and I don't know, Jen, if you can make them panelists, so if they have anything to add to our conversation, they can speak a little bit easier. And I also don't know if the sound is on. Can folks hear me online? Okay.
I don't know if they are hearing me.
Okay, here they are. Hi, Dave. Hi, Shelby. Again, I was just elevating you guys to panelists. So if you have anything to add to the RTP discussion, you'll just be a little bit more easily available to make comment. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Hey, Kent. Hi.
Hi, Bob. Hi, everybody.
This looks like. This looks awful. Okay.
It
great.
looks awful, but it's there.
Well, the good news is, folks in the room, if you can't see what's up on the screen ahead of us very well, it's essentially the same as what's here. The only difference is I have these scores that we can point to, and these were the internal committee scores. So let me just kind of briefly go over what I'm hoping to do here today. So as we mentioned, the internal scoring committee, myself, Shelby, and Dave, we took each of these applications and we ran it through the same scoring criteria that you guys used for TSP. Again, it is incredibly similar. The only thing that's not in TSP that is in RTP is there is a question about education and outreach. And again, that's because we accept those type of applications as well. So that's the reasoning behind that. So what you see up here on the screen, or we can share or talk about, is the final average score that came out of the internal committee meeting in that scoring process. And it's in the same order on this packet that I sent out to you. So what we're really looking to do here today is just sort of have some high level discussion about your general thoughts behind these projects. What made it a good project? What made it a poor project? What do you know, what makes this a better area to focus money in? Just kind of those high level discussions. I don't think the idea here today is to get into the nitty gritty of this dollar can go towards diversified and we need to find $50 to move into motorized and things like that. All those little nitty gritty funding details will get worked out in the final decisions meeting. But what we need from you today is feedback on our applications, and it can be feedback on how we scored the application, so that when we go to our funding decision, we can have that nitty gritty discussion and sort of just taking this back into how this affects what we do with the final cents and dollars. So that is the general idea of what we want to do here today. This is our first time doing this, all of our staff, the staff. So if it's not working, if we get a couple in and the way we're doing it's not working and we need to adjust, or, you know, I'm open and willing to that change and feedback on how we go through the discussion. But I think what the plan is to just start at the top and sort of work our way down the bottom. Good. Okay.
Stephanie, would there be, would you have a hard copy printout of what we're looking at on the screen that I could get?
Oh, yeah.
Not the.
Oh, you mean the.
Got an eye issue at the moment.
Yeah, so it is the same information. The only difference is a score, and I can blow up the score or say it when we need it. Or I can ask.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
You're good. So again, to the folks online, you again should have gotten that packet emailed to you as a Word doc. And it's really the same thing that's being showed here online. The only difference is the scores are shown on it, but it's in the same order, in the same description. The only thing that might be weird is if you're looking online, you see the M and D. That just means non-motorized, motorized, and diversified. So that's just shorthand for those descriptions. So, any questions before we start with application number 1? Okay.
I'm gonna need, could you also mention the ID, the ID number of the organization or the application? Because I've got mine. I know I'll never be able to find it on my spreadsheet if you don't.
I can log into WebGrants and see if I can't.
Oh, okay.
You have them open.
Well,
I use
alphabetically.
Yeah, if you want to take on that role.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll have the number read off. So let's start. 5 Valley Land Trust, and what is the application number?
124863.
124863.
Guess they're all 124s.
No, they're not. So I'll read it out.
That's Confluence Gateway, new gravel trail construction from Missoula.
Yep, so this is the 5 Valley Land Trust. That's the organization.
The project's title is Confluence Gate.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think trying it this way, I'm gonna go ahead and just sort of immediately open it up for discussion. What did folks think were strong about the application? What did they think was a weak thing about the application? This was our highest scoring project as it stands right now on as far as the rubric is concerned.
I had a comment on this, and I did make this comment throughout whenever I saw something, because I knew we were going to be so limited with funds with this one. I don't have the in front of me, I just took notes, but it goes through 2024. And I thought if there was a way to fund, like where there are several that go over through a few years. And so maybe if more funds show up, being able to do funding for 1 year and then as we get more funds next year, have them come back with whatever was left over from this, if we couldn't fund the whole thing. Because this one did have a schedule that ran through 2024. So in order to cut some of the funds, like right at the beginning, if those funds are kind of expected to be there for next year, this would be one of those applications that it was excellent. And it also goes through 2024.
I had the same idea of just saying partial fund because of that.
Because there's just not enough money to, even if you were to start funding all these great ones, there are a lot of really great applications. That was just my thought.
So the feedback to fund like a phase 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Or otherwise? Okay. That's really good feedback. And also, just as a reminder, as we're going through, good to make notes on your sheets, because I like that.
We're all gonna be making the same note.
Mhm. Anything from online? Just checking in, make sure I'm not missing anyone.
I will say, I love that it's a universal access trail. I think that's a really, you don't see a lot of those, and I think that that's really something that we should be looking towards. And it's near urban center, close enough that people can get to it. So.
Okay. Yeah, and I think this one just kind of across the board, they explained themselves really well, and it
Yeah.
just, with the rubric that we have, it resulted in a high score overall.
I think every year they come in with a high score. They consistently.
They know how to
get,
write.
yeah, I mean, they consistently get funded.
Okay.
One of the example applications.
There you go. I'll write that down.
It's an excellent project.
I thought so too. The only thing I had was a 2 on there because I used the same rubric as Tom had sent for the TSP, was a 2 on trail sustainability, and I'm trying to get back to the grant and find out why. But did anybody else have that a lower score on trail sustainability?
I didn't score these.
Yes. Yep, I did too. I had a 3 on that one.
Okay. All right. Good feedback. Thank you. If nothing else, I think we'll go ahead and move on to the next one.
Hey,
Bike
Stephanie, if I
net.
could interrupt really quickly.
Go for it.
For those of you that are participating online, I'm going to keep you muted unless you're actively speaking, because your speakers are far more sensitive and it picks up really easily.
All right, thank you. Oh, yep. So I should have said that at the very beginning. So the overall score for that Five Valley Land Trust is a 47.3. You can't read the screen here. Okay. So the next one, BikeNet, DVA, Billings, TrailNet, application number
124-826.
124-836.
826.
826. Apologies. True. Yep. So this application landed with a 46.3 for repairing the Arnold Drain Trail, about 0.32 miles of repairs there, and removing the bollards. Can't say that word. On the bridges for access. I think this one, they actually attached some videos of the issues that they were trying to fix there. So overall, again, a pretty well scoring application as far as the rubric is concerned. I will open it up for comment.
So I always have a little heartburn when it comes down to repaving a trail. And I don't know how the trail was built originally. If Billings built it, it always kind of gets to me where I say, you know, it's like everybody, whenever they get something funded, says, we'll take care of it. But then when it's not taken care of, then it ends up back in our lap and a request for funding. So that's one of those things where I go, maybe the city of Billings should pay for this one, but that I don't have a problem with, you know, the trail and everything, but it's like, we're essentially repaving an existing trail.
Yeah, they say
And
that-
I find better uses of money when I can build trails or, you know, things like that, but that's.
I think maintenance is always gonna be an issue.
It
with
is,
trails.
yeah, it is.
So,
So, yeah, it's just one of those
that's-
things where it's like, yeah, wow, it was paved and you know, it's like if it was paved and it's all cracked, it's like, well, then did you really take care of it? That's my question.
Under their maintenance, they do state that City Parks Department will maintain it, and that also the concrete has, or asphalt has changed since the first time they paved it, and it's not now longer lasting. So the good thing I think about it is the location. It keeps people away from walking along a road.
Yep.
Instead, you know, and also it's ADA accessible, which is, you know, with pavement better than with gravel.
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to this project. Can you hear me? This is Bob.
Yep.
Yes,
Uh,
go for it.
it doesn't have anything to do with whether or not an agency or a sponsor has taken care of this trail or any other hard surface trail. Asphalt trails typically need to be overlaid or replaced about every 10 to 12 years. It's just a standard with the wear on asphalt. Concrete, 20 years, but it's much more expensive up front. And your decomposed granite, compacted crushed limestone usually is around 4 to 5 years. So this has nothing to do with whether or not the city is taken care of. This is just talking age and maintenance of a very heavily used trail. So we're always going to face that. And it's just a part of the trail surface and its lifespan.
Brenda has her hand raised.
Brenda?
I guess my comment is a little bit more along, not specific to this project, but in general, and maybe it's a little bit of non-education on my end. But, you know, there's maintenance that happens every year, whether you're grooming a trail or you're taking brush off or down trees, adding gravel, or if you're grooming the trail in the winter. And I feel like maybe in the grand scheme of things, and a question goes back to the August meeting of, can we allocate a certain percentage of funds toward maintenance or not? I mean, I don't know if we're really doing that, you know, ongoing maintenance. So I guess I kind of feel just in general, not because I live in Billings, but just looking at all the overall, are we building new trails? Are we maintaining our existing trails? You know, how are we splitting these funds? So that doesn't help with this one in particular, though. That's just throwing that one out there.
So I'll follow this up by saying, I'm okay with repaving a trail. I'm fine with that. I think the longer term thing and the longer charge that I'd like to issue to FWP, and I've said this in previous meetings, is we should keep track of these things, because promises are made saying, we will take care of this thing once you help us do this. And I would just like to see this catalog where we could go back in time and go, you said this, and City of Billings promised this. And therefore, yeah, and that's my challenge long-term is like, you know, I think this, as you said, it's a high scoring project. It's a good use of funds, but ultimately I'd like to hold feet to the fire, or see feet held to the fire.
Yeah.
You know, 10 years down the road, when it comes time, you know, where the trail is now again fallen apart and we were told they were going to maintain it, then we say that's on you. But
Of course, they've had 10 years of good use of it then.
Right.
so
I
anyway,
guess
just
But then how do you compare that to other grants that aren't trail related?
Yeah, same thing.
You know-
It's a slippery slope. Yeah, I get it. So
So-
I'm
Same
cool.
thing. Yeah.
Talk. Well, I do, and I see the relevance to this trail sustainability foresee ongoing maintenance needs are documented and plan to sustain the gains of the project as mentioned. So maybe there's just an emphasis on that question and how is that being answered? Just something to keep in the back of our minds as we go through.
Yeah.
Is that being addressed? Because I could see that being an issue, but that's not being well addressed in the application. Because then how? Sign up. Okay, thank you for the feedback there. Billings, the city of Billings is this one. This one, I think I accidentally put diversified. It should be non-motorized diversified. This one scored at a 45, and can we get the application number?
124884.
884. Okay, so this is constructing a point or a quarter-mile trail connecting existing trails in Rose Park to Rose Park Elementary. This is phase 1 of the project. The trail will be asphalt. And then I guess just as a side note, the city of Billings, I can't remember if it was a 2020 project or a 2021 project, but they had RTP funds to put in a piece of trail. I don't know if it directly connects to this, but I know it's right in the vicinity of this project as well. And it's part of this longer system that they're working on. So there is some connection to a past RTP trail project for this. So just some context.
I gotta make sure I'm on the right one here.
I know, I'm not
keep going back
finding
and
it.
forth in my spreadsheet.
The city of Billings, city of
Rose Park.
Yeah, well, that's the stewardship.
Do we have
Rose Park.
Is Shelby online with us?
This one.
Or
Oh,
DOT?
no, trail stewardship. Oh, yeah, through RTP.
I'm online.
Or
Just-
what's the
okay.
last 3 numbers?
So I made a note and it said something, I think, I could be wrong, but I made a note saying that it was notated in the grant that this was part of a safe paths to school design.
Yeah.
If it's that, does DOT have funds available for this kind of thing?
They don't have any funding for Safe Routes to School anymore. It's a non-existent program.
Oh.
Is that the case, Shelby?
Yeah, so Safe Routes to School funding actually is through a specific city, right? So this MPO Billings, I'm pretty sure the person who wrote this application was Elise, who is a planner for the city of Billings. They can go after that funding independently from MDT, if that makes sense.
So it's not through MDT.
But there is funding for Safe Paths to School program.
Yes, but it's just not through us anymore.
Got it. Great.
Okay.
I don't think there is funding through MDT for Safe Routes to School.
Correct.
That's
Same.
I mean-
correct.
Okay. Sorry, I thought you were saying that there was, that they can apply through.
Not through MDT, but there is a Safe Paths to School program, which I'm assuming is a federal program.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that I believe it's now funded through the infrastructure bill federally, and that it's a separate program via DOT. So I do believe that Safe Routes to Schools has been restored via the infrastructure bill federally.
So that's relatively new then, Beth, through the new infrastructure bill.
Mhm. Yep.
So
That's
that
okay
would
to
be
know.
through DOT?
Well, that's
US.
federal DOT. I don't know the
Okay.
process. I think that's probably more of a Dave Helene, or maybe Shelby can help us figure out who might know more about it within MDT, but I've just have heard that.
I mean, there's billions available in that program, I believe, in the
Mhm.
infrastructure. So
I do think it's important to note that it is an ADA accessible trail.
Yeah.
That is important. That raises the bar a little bit for me.
I agree.
So I have notes on potentially looking into safe routes to school programs, if it's available or not, if this would fall underneath it or not, etc. Otherwise noting ADA. Any other notes? Feedback on this application?
I think we should try and figure out who else could, I think we need to look at it as it stands. I appreciate your ideas of thinking that we should look into safe routes to school, but I think it's solid as it stands for our program.
Yeah, that's, I just put a question mark there too.
They called it out as part of safe paths
Yeah.
to school, so
is
that's
a good
why
thing. I see.
I'm saying if it is part of that, they are eligible for that funding. And I think they can go to that funding and free up this money for other projects.
I think we should confirm that
We
there is the way that the money is there and available, or if they've just restarted that program, because
Yeah,
before you rule it out.
no, definitely. I think that's a good thing to look into. So I wrote that on my, and then again, if you haven't written it on yours yet, please do. Okay. Anything else on the city of Billings? Okay. Thank you for the feedback. The next one we have here is the Butler Creek Trail Association. Continued construction of 0.1 miles of asphalt shared use path along Butler Creek Road. And then just for context, they have a 2022 RTP contract right now for completing a portion of that trail. So that is still an active grant right now that they are working through. Their application as a standalone application scored a 45 overall. Can we get the application number?
125-188.
125-188. Okay. Comments?
I can tell you about Butler Creek if you want to know.
Sure.
It's very narrow and highly used by cyclists. And it's highly used by, and it's also actually has a lot of pedestrian use. A lot of people go out there and run their dogs on the side roads and things like that. I haven't looked at the application, so.
They're, I'm assuming it was for the match. I apologize, my notes are a little limited, but I had something in here where they said anticipated fundraising. Do you folks from that area, do you know more about that? I mean, how do they do a good job fundraising? Do they,
Missoula County is really excellent at
Mhm.
finding money and other sources. Very, very good.
So.
Yeah.
What do they have left in their current grant? Do we know?
It's March, so they have their first claim due this month. They have not spent anything yet, or at least I have not received a claim, but it is due this month. So I might not know for another week or two.
Right. Did they say they were willing to do partial for now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, this was one that I had marked as a partial, just from that standpoint of, spreading the dollars.
Yeah, and I guess we had that too. I just remembered that I have my notes here too. So we also did mention that there was an unsecured match source in the application. So
Yeah.
that was something that we were thinking about,
Okay,
the internal
that's
committee.
the part that scared me.
Yeah.
That's the piece I had a note on.
That's unsecured matches are not Like
Yeah.
saying we have the money raised and we're ready to roll is different than saying we will raise the money.
Definitely. Okay. Any other thoughts from online?
I was bothered by, let's see, I think it was trail maintenance and education and outreach, and I'm trying to find why that was. I should have taken better notes on this one.
They have very little listed on the application, Christy. Maybe that's why.
Thank you, Ginny.
It's just 3 bullet points. They're gonna send an email. They're gonna do some signage and do some public notices.
I think you got it.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? All right, we'll roll on. The City of Helena was the next application. It again scored a 45 average. And this was the construction of a half-mile universal access trail within the Mount Ascension Natural Park area, surfaced with crushed rock. Application number?
I'm trying to make sure I've got the right one. Is there any, it's only one City of Helena, right?
Yeah.
I think it's.
I've got 124665.
12466.
I have
I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 5.
Five,
No,
one.
no, that's not it.
So there is an
There's-
RTP and
That's
a F.
that. So you're looking at the opportunity at
The other
What
one.
number did you have,
like
Mark?
a trail
124665.
stewardship. That's trail stewardship,
Okay.
Yeah.
City of Helena.
So we need the other one, recreational trails.
This one?
Yeah, RTP, yeah. 515,
So
1, 2,
Upper
3,
DeFord
515.
Uniform Trail
1,
Project.
2, 4,
Yes.
6, 6.
1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 5.
That's the opportunity number. They're all 1, 2, 3, 5.
Oh, 1, 2, 4, 6, 6, 5. You're right.
One,
Sorry. You're
1,
right.
2,
We're
4,
looking at the
6,
wrong
6, 5.
numbers.
Okay, not a problem.
That's
The Upper
corrected.
DeFord.
So yeah, this is the one labeled Upper DeFord Trail.
There you go.
Okay, we got it. Comments? Thoughts?
So
Considerations?
I read, either I'm crossing notes or something, but that was my note that said this trail already existed.
So from my understanding, there is and I'm only going off of just what I generally know about the area from visiting. So there is like an Upper DeFord trail, but then it breaks, and then there's like this curve in the road, and it's just the road. And there's the shooting range trailhead there. I'm talking to you like you live in Helena
yeah,
and you're
so
there
I-
every day.
I think I know where you're
It's
at.
kind of like it's like
Yeah.
connecting to this longer trail system, but there's not a trail there right now. I'm not
Yeah,
explaining this
the
very well.
Weird part was I feel like I looked at their maps and it looked like there was a trail there already from where they were doing this. So my note was to say, partial fund or no fund because it was already there, or it was to me, this struck me as a nice to have, not a gotta have, but I'm just telling you what my notes are saying because I'm having a hard time.
This is Bob. I'm very familiar with this trail, and there is no trail there now. People come down off the entertainment trail, which is to the east, and they come to the road, and they actually have to use the road for, I'd say, a quarter mile roughly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no trail, so it'll get people off that roadway, and it's for a gravel road out there. It's only about, I'd say, 3 miles south of town. It's a fairly heavily used road. So no, this would get people off the road.
Gotcha.
Thank you for explaining that a lot better.
Yeah.
Than I was like, there's a
I
road.
agree.
and
No,
a
that's
curve.
fine.
Exactly what you're talking about. Yep.
But I'll let you know, I handle the 5 and 12K runs for the Don't Fence Me In trail run each year, and this one's on our 12K route. And so this would be a good change.
Great. Yeah.
The only thing I was going to add is that this is heavily used by youth. There are, some of those kind of like a mountain bike skills park almost that they can access. And so oftentimes there are a whole lot of unsupervised youth that are using this, and there's just a gap. There's just this short gap for them to get from the existing trail closer to the DeFord trailhead to the archery range area. So just to explain it a little bit further, maybe.
Yeah, and I would say I like how they did their budget. It was very nicely well done. You could see everything that they were not requesting for and everything they were requesting for. And that was really this would be a great example budget.
How long is the grant? Is it a 2-year project or 1-year project?
You have it up in front of you. Do they mention a new timeline? Oh. Never mind. I can't see it. Sorry.
Where did it go?
I'm controlling the computer and I
Okay.
realize it's also made it hard to have it.
Here, let me get there.
And the reason I'm asking is just from a limited funds basis.
Yep.
Should we fund part of it, the first part?
Listed, it looks like everything's gonna be done in 2023. So it's an immediate grant.
It's not a huge grant either, so.
Yeah, actually, I recall this one, they did request not be considered
Okay.
for partial funding.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments from online that I haven't gathered? Okay, I think we're ready to move on to the next one. Powell County. This one scored a 44.7, so we're still in that upper ranking range. This is for a phase 2 of a project. I don't know if phase 1 got submitted to TSP or if it was part of a past year. But phase 2 install crushed aggregate service on up to 3.9 miles of the old Yellowstone Trail. This is also a Rails to Trails project.
Yeah.
So they have had past RTP fundings to, I believe, construct that trail. And if I'm recalling, this surfacing piece used to be in their old grant, but because of costs, inflation, etc., it eventually was removed from their scope of work because they just didn't have enough money to do it anymore. This is a theme that we will see through multiple projects that we reviewed this year, but that's just some context available to you. So it was originally a part of an old RTP agreement. Costs got out of control. They weren't able to do it. So it looks like now they're trying to revisit that plan.
And inflation is gonna play.
Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah.
keep going up.
It's gonna keep
Yeah.
having a
125, 105.
125, 105.
It's kind of a muddy, bad area,
Mhm.
clay soil. Use of funds.
105.
This is Bob talking. This is
Yes.
an excellent project, and it's, whether it means anything to you or not, Rails Trails Conservancy is working on the Great American Rail Trail. And this is a designated part of that route. So it has significance beyond the local area, from Deer Lodge to Coors Ranch area, but it's a part of a national project.
right.
No.
You
I
guys all
scored-
know what American Rail Trail. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
I figured you did, but just checking.
This is Christy. I scored them high too, and I'll tell you I was really looking at education and outreach on these grants because so many of them were so good, and that was one thing that I noticed. Some of the organizations were very insular, like you really have to be in the community to appreciate it. Where I think I think it's important to reach out to the wider, you know, community of Montana and to tourists and things like that to really get the word out that this trail exists. And so if this is an application that shows a really well thought out and good education program. It's on TrailLink. It'll be on TrailLink. It's the Rails to Trails Conservancy. And then it connects with the Hiawatha Trail. So for a lot of these grants these applications, that would be one of the reasons why I would score them a little bit lower on education and outreach when they're just when they don't let everybody else in Montana know about it.
Thank you.
I liked how they had the plan segmented too, so they could take a partial fund for a chunk of it and encourage them to come back, you know, but I'm all for this kind of a project, so.
Okay. Okay, anything else that hasn't been mentioned? Okay. So we'll go on Trout Unlimited for this. Okay, this one is a bridge construction project with signage and improvements to an ADA trail in the Lee Metcalf National Wildlife Refuge. So just some context. They are purchasing the bridge with other funding. And then this is more for the funds to actually install the bridge. So just for general background. Thank you.
125162.
125162 is the application number, and this one ranked as a 44 on the rubric. So comments?
44?
Yes.
My only concern on this one was they're paying Trout Unlimited staff, which I think are already on budget with them. That's the only line item I didn't like.
Yeah, how does that work? Do they get double pay then, or what is that? I've seen that under other applications too. And not only that, but then the income varied while it's a federal program, which is interesting. But so how does that work? Do they get double pay then, or no?
No, so we're a reimbursable program. So they would say our staff spent 10 hours on this, they got paid, I don't know, $100. And then we would be reimbursing the organization for that $100 that they spent.
Because it's this project.
But if we offer that as an opportunity for these nonprofits, I don't think we should penalize them for seeking reimbursement for staff time. I mean, they are a nonprofit.
I get that. I'm just saying we have limited funds.
I could see where in some projects where we want to consider partial funding, depending on the org, sometimes salary is the first thing that we say, well, that might be the first thing that we cut out.
Right.
Which I don't think is a crazy thing to say for some of these much larger orgs.
Yeah.
Other thoughts on the project?
Yeah, they do say that they'll take partial and that they would reduce it down to just doing, looks like bank rehabilitation, bridge materials.
Yeah.
And they would hold off on the signs
Mhm.
and shade structure until the next year.
And
So
that-
that's good to know.
Yeah.
And from my notes, I think the internal committee was more than likely looking to take out the interpretive signage and shade structure portion of the project, since they say that they have more time for that and we have limited funds.
Yeah, I think that's good.
This is Brenda. I have a quick question. Under the budget narrative, it has a note that Trout Unlimited has a negotiated indirect cost rate of 13.84%. What does that mean?
So under RTP, you are allowed to submit a indirect cost rate, which is more or less your overhead. It's kind of like this ambiguous
Right.
number or percentage you put in place for the cost of doing business. So there's like a blanket rate of 10% that anyone can use. It's called like a de minimis rate. But others have a federally negotiated rate. And I don't know all the nitty gritty. I don't know, Stephanie, you have the nitty gritty details on how they come to that. But if they have that, and it's kind of like something that they get approved and signed by the federal folks every year. So it might be like an agreement between Trout Unlimited and US Fish and Wildlife or something to that effect that says this is the cost of doing business. So this is the rate that they can use.
Yep.
So considering that, and as Mark has mentioned many times, which I agree with, I mean, we have limited funds. I mean, I think that that's something to consider too, in order to, you know, share the love of the dollars, is cutting out some of that. And I hate doing that. I mean, they are a nonprofit and they do great work, but if we're trying to get the biggest bang for the buck, then maybe that's something to consider too.
I think if you offered them the money minus that one line item, they'd go, great.
I'll take it. Okay. All right.
I noticed that they have one linkage, which is to the wildlife viewing area, but when they're up against a lot of other projects with a lot more linkages, I scored these guys a little bit lower because of that.
Yeah, so, and that's kind of the interesting thing with the way our scoring is set up, is that you can have a project that scores really low in connectivity because it's, you know, maybe it's an urban or specialized trail, but it might score high in like accessibility or something else. So it might balance out, and that's probably why they still scored high. They don't have a lot of connectivity, but they scored high in these other categories that we found important to the overall objective of the program. I think they scored, I'm trying to find them here, but we probably also scored them low in connectivity. Yeah, they were low in connectivity, so consistent. Anything else? Okay.
Just one thing on connectivity. It's not just trails, it's also greenways, waterways, natural scenic corridors, cultural resources, parks, or landscapes. So I think when we talk about linkages, it sounds like we're all very focused on trail to trail, but it's linkages to other landscapes, other cultural businesses in town, or like national historic sites and things like that. So just want to add that in.
Thank you. Good point. Okay, moving on to the Flathead Snowmobile Association. This one is grooming of trails for the Canyon Creek and Onally Upper Whitefish area. They scored a 43.3. Application number
125157.
125157. Okay, comments?
This is Bob. I'd like to comment on this one.
Yes.
This is an excellent project. I've ridden those trails up there in the past, and they get a lot of heavy use, not only from US citizens, but from Canadian citizens. It's got a big economic impact on the area. They do a great job of grooming in that part of the country. And then on top of that, this is I presume one of our motorized projects, if you've got it classified. So it would help in that arena too. But this is, they do a very good job of grooming trails, and they're used by more than just snowmobilers. So I hope this one gets funded.
I think it's pretty safe to say that the motorized projects are going to get funded.
What's the difference?
Well, I wanted to make those comments for one of the members of our advisory committee too.
Appreciated. I'm sorry, what was your question?
Oh, I know that this group put in an STP grant as well.
Yes, they did.
So they're splitting it out where they do contract grooming as well.
Right.
And that's what's on the TSP grant.
Good.
So does this group request funds every year?
I believe so. I don't have it in front of me, but they are very frequent.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, I would assume that they do.
It looks like I have these asterisks that you guys can't see up here that are colored that mean certain things to me and nobody else. But it looks like they don't have a 2022 RTP grant. They might have a TSP from 2022. And yeah, they did apply to 2023 TSP as well.
So when it comes to the motorized, we really don't have to like nitpick because we have like almost the same amount of money that we need
Yep.
for
Yeah.
all motorized.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
All right, we
Yeah.
can keep moving. I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to
No, no.
provide
I
comment.
mean, it's obviously a good application because
Yeah,
it's scored
no, it's
high.
good.
Yeah.
So let's just go ahead and move along to the Livingston Healthcare. This is to pave the App and Glow Trail to make it ADA compliant. Similar to a past project we discussed, they had a 2021 RTP contract that included paving of the App and Glow Trail, including because they're constructing that right now. But then because of cost and inflation, that was the first piece to get to go, removed from their scope of work. So this is again them coming back and saying, hey, we need more money to complete the full scope of the project.
Do we know what the length of this trail is?
0.4 miles.
Okay,
I guess I'm assuming that's the same length that they built that they want to pave. I'm assuming.
125 what?
173.
The score is 43.
The
And what was their score?
43.
that's the only question I had about it because I didn't see it in their application, the length of it.
Yeah, it's right at the top.
It should be at the top where there's just kind of these short answers where it's like title, short description of project,
Approximate
trails.
0.04 miles.
Oh yeah, 0.4 miles.
Oh, okay.
So this is going, yeah, well, clearly it's connecting from the health center
Yeah.
to the larger trail system.
There it is.
Okay. Comments?
Yeah, I'm all for it, but I haven't read it in detail.
Anything online? We don't have to. There's no comments. It's totally
How
fine.
much are they asking for?
They are asking for, oh gosh, I don't even have it in front of me.
90,000.
90,000. Thank
That's
you.
a lot.
You guys are all doing my job.
Almost the full.
Yeah, it's a
No, they asked
hefty
for
cost.
75, sorry.
75.
75.
Oh,
The project total cost 90, but they put 15 in themselves.
okay. Yeah.
So I do have a
It's
note
very
here
expensive.
that they did not meet the required 20% in the application. So if we were to fund them, I think the max we can fund them is 60,000 because of how much match they provided in the application.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they provided 15,000.
Yeah, so it has to be 20% and it's
Oh, yeah,
20% of the
20,
whole budget, not 20% of your request.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that sometimes
Yeah,
it mixes people up a little bit.
Entire budget.
So do they take partial funding? Yes.
They said they would accept. partial.
Yeah. They would go till just a bridge.
I've got a question or just a comment about this on the minimizing impact to the natural environment. I think that a lot of organizations were confused that the project actually enhances minimizing impact rather than the construction of the project creating an impact. Having a negative impact during construction. So they didn't on this one, it doesn't show that they're enhancing or minimizing impact for the life of the trail.
That's a good note to make. This is a very side thought. We don't have to go down the rabbit hole of it right now. But as I was reviewing applications, I was thinking of how we could better just put more details in some of the question to make it a little bit more specific, because I could totally see where there's multiple ways to read some of these questions.
Yes.
Yeah, they
So-
kind of explain that they don't have a negative impact on the, and that they mitigate it by going, for instance, around trees. So they don't have tree removal, which is minimizing impact. As
I think-
part, it's just, it's only a short trail, 0.4 miles. And then they will replenish the seed, the grass seeds and forage, so.
Yep.
I think they do that, sharing that.
No, totally. Real-time learning. Okay, any other comments before we move on? Okay. The next one is the Solway Bitterroot Frank Church Foundation. This is to maintain 20 miles of recreational trails in the Bitterroot National Forest, including St. Mary's, Big Creek, Hoff Lake, One Horse Lake, and Roaring Lion. Half these projects are annual maintenance projects and half of them are deferred maintenance projects. And they scored a 43. If I could get the application number.
124713.
124713. Comments? I guess one comment that we had from the internal committee was just that it seemed like a small amount of money, a small amount that they were requesting for the amount of work done. It's only like a $15,000 grant, which I think is one of the smallest, maybe like the third smallest grant request.
This is Brenda.
Oh, I want- Yes, yes.
I did have a question, and this is probably very minor. The organization itself is based in Idaho. I'm sure that the work is in Montana, but does that matter?
I don't believe it has in the past. Like, I think Kent, you could probably help me out. I feel like we funded the parts of the Idaho Avalanche Center at one point in the past that was covering the Montana side.
Yeah, that's correct, Mark. I believe we have funded the Silly Frank Church Foundation in the past. They are centered out of Boise, but they do work, on that essentially that Silly Bitterroot piece that's on the Bitterroot. So it is in Montana. And so, and I think if we look in our records, we'd find that we have funded them in the past. The reason and I did not see this application, but I would guess what they're really asking for is probably maybe funding a trail lead primarily, because they're a group that brings in volunteers to do the work. And so I'm guessing that and I don't know, you guys looked at it, but I would guess maybe what they're really asking for is just the money for probably the trail lead. Could be wrong, but I think that's the case.
No, it might be his microphone.
It looks like the volunteer program manager is based in Missoula. And that was just kind of an overall question, just because I'm still kind of a newbie, because, it occurred to me that obviously the National Forest headquarters is not in Montana. So I think it's just really important to kind of keep an eye on some of those, what would you call it? Things that are around us, how it's taken and perceived. I mean, same as the conversation about earlier about the expanding trails in an area that's where a lot of hunters are not necessarily taking care of it. So kind of that, what is it 2 or 3 steps removed? That's all. I think it's a great project.
And Brenda, it's a great point. One of their, their trail stewardship, one of them is stationed out of here. So they do have they kind of have a, that's good. Great.
Hey Kent, is there any way you can get closer to your microphone or speak a little louder? You're just coming through very muffled.
Okay, I'll turn it up a little bit. Yes, to speak more directly to you.
That might have been worse.
Yeah.
No, can't
We
hear him
lost
at
him
all.
altogether.
Is that any better now?
Tiny bit.
Okay, I'll work on it.
There you go. Okay.
They're just a great project.
Okay. Yeah. I'm getting head nods all the way around. So why don't we just go ahead and move on to the Bridger Ski Foundation.
Number.
So this application is to groom their winter trails at Sunset Hills, Highland Glen Nature Preserve, Bozeman Creek, Sourdough / Highlight, Bridger Creek, and the golf course. They ranked at a 42.7 cross-country ski, if I didn't clarify on that. Application number?
124981.
91.
What was their score?
Their score was a 42.7. It was pretty high. Comments, questions, concerns?
Make sure they've been a past recipient,
Yeah.
always done well.
Yep.
Are they
That is
currently
true.
under, do they currently have a project with us?
No, I actually do not think they have a currently open RTP project. I don't know about TSP, but they don't have a currently open RTP grant.
Yeah, if they say they have they must have a TSP because they say yes in there.
Yeah, they probably have a TSP.
They may have already cleaned it out with as much snow as
or that.
Yeah, right. I know this has been quite a year.
Yeah.
I had a note on this one that there wasn't direct addressing of maintenance. Maybe, let me go back to the application. I just took notes, but I wasn't specific. Did you
Hey,
give us? the
Tom?
number on that one?
Yeah, it's right here.
Tom, I look at the per hour grooming rates for those groomers. Do those are those consistent with the rates you use in the snowmobile that the department uses in the snowmobile program?
What?
Is this on the application or in the guidelines? Which rates are you referencing?
I was looking at their breakdown. They say their piston bully, they charge at $120 per hour for 250 hours. I'm just wondering, you know, I know the snowmobile program, you have a per hour that you'll allow.
That's the same.
Okay.
That's large groomer rate. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
No matter
good.
what.
Yes. Okay. Any other comments?
What was yours, Alice?
Yeah, scratch my comment. I think I wrote, I don't know why I'm looking back at this and sometimes I write things in my head or somewhere else, so I can see they adjust it.
Okay. So I'm getting generally good, no real shakes here or there, just kind of a pretty
No,
standard.
It's a high
application.
use area. I
Yeah.
think. It's a great use.
Okay. So moving on to the prickly pear land trust.
Sorry, this
they
Brenda,
got-
I didn't get my hand and my mute off quickly enough. This is another one where if we are looking to, I mean, it's very minimal, but they also have indirect costs. So maybe that's a kind of a universal thing that we just kind of put out there. If there's organizations that are, again, if we're trying to spread the money as far as we can, are we, you know, maybe this year we're just saying, if they're accepting partial funding, we're not covering indirect costs. I don't, just a thought.
Yeah, so I feel like in order to make like a blanket thing like that, we would have had to say in the guidelines that it's
Yeah.
ineligible. So I'm concerned about making like a blanket decision that way, but if we're looking through like this is the max we can fund you and this is where that money's gonna come out of, I think that's okay, but I want to steer away from making blanket decisions.
Agreed.
I get that.
Yeah, total. That makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, prickly pear land trust, this one. So general trail maintenance, but I think that's mostly coming out of their match to this agreement. The main part of the agreement being for the expansion of the parking lot, the 10 Mile Creek Trailhead in Helena. They scored 42. Application number
124632.
632. Oh, I wanted to make some clarifications in this one. In their application, they talk, I think, a good bit about some chargers that they wanted to put at the trailhead for wheelchair chargers.
Really
But to
interesting.
clarify, that's they don't want to spend RTP funding on that. That's something that they're just doing as part of the project, but it's coming out of other pots of funding. So just if you're reading through that clarification that that's not coming out of the RTP funds itself.
Okay, I can live with that then.
Oh, okay. Was that in your comments?
So you'll know right now that their primary parking lot's on the west side of the park off of Williams Drive. And I'm pulling this number out of the air, but I'm guessing it's a gravel lot and they have parking for maybe 15 to 17 vehicles if they're crammed in. And so, yeah, they get people that'll park along Williams Drive, which is a narrow and heavily used drive that goes out to the VA hospital. There is another access point to the park, but it's over in, it's at Wild, Montana. But yeah, this would be a safety measure, I think, and it is a pretty heavily used park.
I would agree with that. And I know one of the things that they talked about when they put this in, I don't remember if we funded something a couple of years ago for this. We didn't, we've
So
never.
from the notes that I saw, they applied a year or two ago, but they did not receive funding.
Well, and I think back then my husband was on the board and I remember this parking lot coming up as being, they really didn't design it well enough to handle the kind of traffic that it ends up getting. To even have an event out there, they can't park everybody.
And there's plenty of land out there.
I think it is.
There's plenty
there
of
really
space
is.
for parking. They
I
just
mean, for
didn't
36
make it.
grand, it's probably one of the most cost-effective parking lots I've
It's
seen. in
not a
long
lot of
time.
money compared to a lot of projects.
What did it score?
It scored a 42.
Just, it's hard for me to put trail money into parking lots.
Yeah, but you gotta park
You know what,
somewhere.
this particular trail though is one of the very
I know.
few that you can, it's flat, it's ADA, it
I know.
connects the
I've been
fort. I
there.
mean,
I do
of
it.
all of the trails in Helena, this one has like.
Well, and it doesn't connect into the rest of the trail system. I mean, it
No,
has,
but
the
it does
through
connect,
trail.
like they do talk about like having, folks from the fort be able to access this, and then they have Wild Montana right there. So not maybe trail connectivity, but from a like location in town, it's.
No, I know, I use it with my dogs,
Yeah.
so I know the trail. It's just, I really wish the county could help them with the parking lot situation versus using trail funding for it. Just
I'm in
really,
agreement with that. Yes.
it just, but that's
I
neat.
mean, if we're shaving off monies from other really great projects to fund this one at 36,000, I do think that a parking lot is not a trail. We either need to decide that we are going to pave parking lots or not, because we had applied for a parking lot for the highest use trail in Billings and were denied because a parking lot is not a trail.
Right. So I guess just for clarification just as the program stands right now, trailheads, amenities, access to trails is eligible underneath the RTP program. And
Latrines aren't parking lots either, but they're needed.
Trains.
So,
Latrine.
Oh,
Trains.
Trains,
I'm
not
like,
either.
Trains?
Trains, planes and automobiles.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean,
That's
it's,
fair.
but it's part of the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Arguments to be made about just increased use and the effects on the resource because of that increased use.
Are we, so is this one for paving? And that's the, is
Uh,
that Brenda that
No,
made
it
that
was
comment
three,
or?
it was trail
This is
maintenance,
the
but then also
expansion.
expanding, there was no paving.
I
in
don't
it.
think
Right,
there's
right. About,
no.
when she made the comment about paving, I was like, wait, I didn't think we were, but yeah, so.
I think it's mostly
Yeah.
excavation to
Mhm.
double the
Gravel
size.
and-
Yeah.
I thought-
Well, and I do think that's interesting because one of my comments was that I think it's really forward thinking to have the electricity for charging wheelchairs. So apparently it's ADA accessible for those who have motorized wheelchairs. I mean, which I think is, I don't know if that's clarifying or if that's more confusing, but that's what I read in it. And I think that is a comment that, you know, should be heard, whether it's funded or not, is that type of all-encompassing forward thinking, I think is really what I'm impressed with it.
Yeah, it definitely.
I don't
is
know enough
ADA.
about ADA to know really what's going on there, but yeah.
Thoughts, comments, responses, head shakes.
Yeah, I just, you know,
Yeah.
put a gas station out there too, you know, because people with their cars might. run
Yeah.
out of gas.
I feel
We charge them,
discriminated.
So, not trying to be biased, but.
Well, they're not asking. for
They're not
much,
asking,
but
but that's what we were
I
saying.
know,
It's like,
you
if
just-
you were gonna argue for that, that's what, yeah, you'd have to
Okay.
start expanding the
Sorry.
argument, yeah.
Sorry, I blew up.
So this one might fall underneath the partial fund category is what it's sounding like, which is kind of in line with what we talked about internally, so. Cool. All right, so moving on. So if you're looking at the screen at all, if you could see the screen at all, what we were going through, we had all these scores highlighted in green. So that would just meant like those were the upper scoring sections. I just tried to break it up in like high score, middle score, low score. Just that's how my brain works. So these are now moving into the more mid-range scores, just on average, I guess, across all the applications. So the next one is the Missoula Nordic Ski Club. They ranked a 41.7, and this is for grooming cross-country ski trails at the university and areas in Missoula.
1, 2, 4, 4, 6, 8.
1, 2, 4, 4, 6, 8. These folks, they've been funded through RTP in the past. They don't have a 2022 application, at least from what I see. Comments?
Highly used,
Yeah.
especially this winter. Wow,
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah.
And people are out there with their little kids this year, teaching them how to cross-country ski, and they had their dog. That's the other thing. This is dog accessible, which a lot of the groomed cross-country ski trails in Missoula are not dog friendly. So, and this is, so it serves that, and everybody in Missoula has a dog, by the way.
So true.
Just can tell you that it's right smack in kind of the center of town, near the university. So you just have a lot of, it's also by married student housing. It's right next door to married student housing. It kind of encircles that golf course, some on the north side and some on the south side. So it just really, you're also accessing young, probably not affluent families in that area. That's what I know about that.
Okay. Any other comments on this one? Moving along. We'll keep it moving along. Okay. Next one, U.S. Forest Service, Bozeman Ranger District. This is for, let's see, 1 volunteer field crew lead, 2 crew members, and 1 winter seasonal for seasonal maintenance on 400 miles of winter and summer trails in the Bozeman Ranger District. They scored a 41.7. Application number
1, 2, 4, 8, 8, 6.
Okay.
2, 4, 8, 8, 6.
Oh, there's
172, 41.7.
41.7 was their score, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to
Oh, there it is.
too. So I guess one of the things noted in their application was some of the maintenance was some flood infected areas that they were planning on maintaining or providing maintenance to.
Just did something to make
Oh.
it small.
Oops. Oh, I'm still not, didn't help that. Any particular thoughts?
Any issues with that?
Nope. Online?
A lot of mileage.
Yeah. It seems like they ask for money to do this kind of work every year. Didn't they ask for?
It's an ongoing thing where they're out cleaning downfall through
Did
summers and
they ask for it
winters and-
through STP last year instead of?
So
RTP?
they do have a 2022 RTP agreement.
Oh, they do.
Mhm.
2022 RTP agreement. So they asked through RTP, not TSP.
Yeah, and then it looks like they also submitted an application to TSP this year. I don't know where that is, but.
Because I just remember seeing this last year and we did not review the RTP grants last year, so.
Right. Yes, this is one of the kind of ongoing,
Yep.
never-ending Mother Nature.
400 miles of backcountry.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
trails,
miles, yeah, so
Yeah.
I can imagine when you're done with last part, you can start from new again.
Okay. All right, well, if no other major
Interesting.
questions, if you think that, oh, sorry.
I think it'd be interesting. I'm actually surprised that there wasn't more emphasis, or maybe this isn't, I'm trying to I don't think there was as much affected here as the flooding areas that are, the Red Lodge. If we're gonna, I mean, what's that need? The more immediate need versus this, just something to think about, that more immediate need in some of the national forests because of all that flooding last year. It's just kind of a general question.
So can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, we did get in the final budget, we got a supplemental.
Nope.
You just faded out again.
Oh, man, I do not know let me try something here. Sorry. Okay, is this any better?
We will
Yes.
see.
Okay, I'll try this. That we did get a supplemental funding for flood damage. I would guess there might be some spots that they are dealing with some just high water flood in Bozeman Major District.
It's like an
Linda's
auto
right, this
level.
is probably more normal ongoing maintenance and deferred maintenance reduction on the trail system that they're having for this grant.
Can't hear you at all.
Sorry, Kent.
Yeah, you have like a
Type it in your
microphone
comments.
auto level or something turned on, because it's like it just starts fading out as you talk.
I think he just has to type it all.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna type it.
Out again.
Thanks. Jen, can you just stay aware if you see anything come through typed, let us know.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, in the meantime, I think folks are ready to move on to the next application. We can always bounce back if Kent comments come through. The Bob Marshall Wilderness Foundation for volunteer trail maintenance in the Bob Marshall. They listed about 37 projects.
300 miles.
And 300 miles of trail. They ranked were scored a 40.7 on average. Application number
124880.
880.
That's a lot.
This one, we did note that there was quite the funding ask.
I noted that 2/3 of the funding goes to crew leaders. And so I was recommending partial funding because it's like, I don't know. I know you need a crew leader, I get it, but I'd rather have the boots on the ground swinging axes. So like, with an MCC crew or something, but like that's, I don't mind paying for a crew leader, but it just, a big chunk of this money was going to the management.
Was that because it was in different areas though? That's kind of what I assumed, and that's why it was so high?
Not
Like,
sure. Yeah, I don't,
Could be.
my notes were limited, so I apologize.
This is Bob. Stephanie, you were up on one of those trail crews last year on the crazies, weren't you?
Yeah, I went out with Wild Montana and the Zorky Wilderness Foundation. So I would say that their leaders or crew leaders are the boots on the ground. They're taking the volunteer crews out there. They're doing some wild stuff to get out there. They're pretty much I would say 95% of their time is spent out in the field. I think when you're thinking about like the higher level management, that'd be like their executive director or their coordinator who does that, but their field crew, they're usually seasonal and they're on the go pretty much all the time.
Well, I just think when you look at the map of where they're gonna be, or where they're proposing to do this, there's just a lot of projects. There's just a lot of locations. So they're spread out.
For context, I will note they were funded in 2022 with 65K, and then they were also awarded in 2020 with 40K. So I don't know what they requested in those years, but this is quite a jump in a request number.
And have they had a good track record? That's, I guess, like maintenance. Do they have a good track record of getting these? You were out with them. You feel like.
Yeah, well, I haven't gone
confident in-
out with these folks yet. I was hoping to this year maybe. But from what I can tell, they seem to have a very strong support base. Many of these volunteer trail groups, they seem to do a pretty good job. Like their projects fill up rapidly within weeks. Sometimes they're full.
I love the fact they're using volunteers.
Yeah,
I
they're
I will
involved with a lot of different groups.
I'll just read to this, read the, if they got less funding, if we were not awarded the full grant, we would still fulfill most, if not all, of the 2023 projects. The priority would be for RTP to fund a majority of the crew leader salary and wages. From that base, we could ask volunteers, partners, and donors to cover volunteer food costs. Receiving full funding would allow us to focus our time and attention to providing high-quality boots on the ground stewardship without having to piecemeal funding sources and host fundraisers. I mean, I get it, but it sounds like they have capacity to potentially. And if we had 1.5 million to give out and not less than $1 million.
So RTP has 1.5.
They have 1.5, but don't they?
We still have way more.
But we
requests.
still have 2.6 in requests.
2.4, but yeah.
Close, yeah. I guess, it really just boils down to numbers.
It does. And again, sometimes that's nitty gritty details that we'll figure
that we
out.
don't need to.
Yeah, but
We
it's
don't
partial
need to go
funding,
there.
and that's something we know too. Like they've laid out very clearly that they're okay with partial funding. So I think that's most likely the route we'll go.
Yeah. Okay. That's worth noting.
Sounds like we can move on to the Glacier Nordic Ski Club winter grooming and maintenance in the Big Mountain Nordic Trails area. They scored a 40.7. There's a lot of 40.7s, just an FYI. Application number
124556.
556.
These guys had a pretty high cost per mile requested. They're one of the highest, just under, oh my goodness, the Sealy Lake. So they're at $1,580 per mile. If you look at the 16.2 miles of snow grooming and $10,000 in salaries, and then the groomer reimbursements, it's higher than pretty much everybody else.
I guess usually I look more at the hours of grooming that they're doing versus mileage, just in terms of, I'm assuming they're being awarded at $20 an hour. Are they using a snowmobile?
I just had it up here. They had
They have some large
both.
groomer and some standard groomer, so
Oh,
some
okay.
at 120 an hour and some at 20 an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm just, yeah, a lot of it's the hourly rate and how many hours are they pumping through?
I imagine they get a lot of people using these.
Yeah, that area,
Yeah.
all the Columbia Falls and everybody else goes up that way.
I mean, is the price per mile, is that something that, because I just kind of noticed that they do this per hour, and I assumed that they knew what it would take to get this done. But is the price per mile something we should, I didn't think about that, but should we be thinking about that?
So
Again, I would just say, look at how many hours they're grooming more than the mileage, because they have 16 miles of trail, but because it's so heavily used,
So they have to
probably
groom
have to
more.
groom almost daily.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, having said that, I will just give you one comment that I've gotten. We have a group of skiers that utilize the snowmobile trails almost exclusively, and they've kind of almost given up on the Nordic Club's trails because the Nordic Club won't put any restrictions on dogs with leashes and stuff. And these are some really hilly terrain. And people come, when you're on cross-country skis coming downhill, you pretty much have to run the hill. And numerous times I've heard stories about dogs with leashes across the trail, and there's wicked accidents, and they won't even put a restriction on some of the more, hard, the black level trails. And so there's a number of skiers that have just given up completely on Glacier Nordic Club. So
Interesting.
yeah, so I'm not against the Glacier Nordic Club. I think they have a wonderful trail system, and but it's just, there are times where I go, wow, it's like they
Looks like a really good application.
it is, yeah, and like I said, they groom a lot. I know they do.
any other comments? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. Three Forks, the city of Three Forks. This was also scored at a 40.7. This is to extend the Headwaters Trail 2,500 feet east along the Milwaukee Railroad with asphalt and compact gravel. I believe this, I don't know this section as much, but from what I could tell, it seems to be part of a larger scope project, trying to eventually connect to the next town down.
It's part of the Great American Rail Trail.
Oh, it
too.
is? Okay, I missed
It's
that.
124634. This is another portion proposed for the Great American Rail Trail. I know in the past we've funded with RTP money and others. The primary trail comes out of Three Forks, of course. It goes over they put a bridge over I think it's the Madison several years ago, and then it goes out to Headwaters State Park. And so this has been a kind of a continuing project for the city of Three Forks. It's a good project overall.
And they do get a lot of people coming out from Bozeman to ride the trails because they've put so much time and energy. I would say,
What was their, would they accept partial again?
Oh, let me look.
They
I'm
would
looking
accept partial funding. So this one, we had a longer conversation about funding within the internal committee on this one because it's a high price but for such a small amount of trail that's part of this larger project. And it's with inflation and how we've seen other past projects come in with this money and then have to take it even more of the project out because of inflation. So we kind of struggled on this one on the conversation of funding because we don't want to give them partial funding and then they don't have enough money to make a
Right.
good project anymore. And now they're only doing like 1,000 feet,
Yeah.
which just doesn't get you very far. At
No.
the same time, I don't know, we have funding limitations. It was a very back and forth conversation. We could use more, maybe debriefing on that one. But if you guys have thoughts, I think this is one I'm definitely open for feedback on
I mean,
funding levels.
It's just so expensive, 6,000 for design and engineering.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna match that. 6,000.
Is that just with their on-site, with their regular staff?
Says $14,000 cash match will be provided for, and they've got a match from a local mining company of 14,000, which is really, I mean,
That's a good match.
that's a really
I give 'em
great
credit for that.
match.
My comment was just, if we have to reduce it, chances are they'll find a way to fund the rest, but, maybe not kick them way down, but a little bit, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd hate to see us not keep progressing this
Yeah,
trail.
I
over-
love the rails to trails kind of thing.
Yeah,
Right.
I agree.
If you can,
So if we can, a worthy thing to.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I'll take that. Moving along, Whitefish Legacy Partners. I think we'll be ready for a break after this one.
Yeah.
Connecting the Whitefish Trail from the Hallbrook Overlook to Hell Roaring Creek, which would include a 4.5 miles of new natural surface trail. This is kind of their like close the loop project. I think everyone is probably aware of the fairly large Whitefish Trail project. They've been funded for portions of it in the past through RTP. They have a 2022 RTP contract right now. So yeah, this is just for another portion of the system. I think. They also scored a 40.7 for the internal committee and their application number
It's 124256.
56.
Yeah, I'm partial to this.
I don't have I like the idea of closing the loop. It's a pretty well-funded organization. They've got a very large war chest that they earn lots of interest on now because the interest rates went up. And I would just say, when you compare this to some of the poorer organizations, I would say a partial fund is.
Yeah, I agree.
They'll take it and they'll make good use of it.
And I think that's something we saw too, that they can find. They have
They're
the
very
means to
strong.
find it.
Yeah, and they're very strong fundraisers too. There's a lot of support for them, so.
Any
Yeah,
comments
they
from
could
online?
use what we give them as a match to challenge their local donors.
They do.
Okay.
The
All
whole
about
month of
matches,
May.
baby.
Okay, well, I think we should take a 5-minute break here, be back at 3:25, and we'll try and
Power through.
keep it going.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
I do like going through it in this format. I'll just say that.
Okay, good,
Appreciate you giving us this opportunity to do that.
great. Thank you for the
Hopefully
feedback.
it's helpful, yeah.
I started to question myself. I am gonna try and quicken my pace a little bit, but also I don't want to turn down anyone's comments, but we'll kind of stick to new comments, so we're not repeating ourselves too much. Okay, so I believe the next one that we have here is the Gateway to Glacier application. They scored a 40.3. This is for trailhead construction at the 4th Avenue Trailhead in Columbia Falls with access to the Cedar Flats and to initial development at the 1690 Trailhead for access to the Crystal Cedar Trail. So this is a trailhead project, 2 trailhead projects. Do we have the application number?
125012.
012. Okay. Score was 40.3. Yep. I guess one of the notes that we made in the internal committee was potentially focusing on 1 trailhead versus 2 trailheads if we were to fund the project. Just looking at available funding and trying to determine priority. Yeah. Any other comments on this project?
I think that's a good compromise, considering it's a great.
It was a decent application. I have
Yeah.
been told, I don't know this area very well, but I've been told it can be very busy. That's like people biking to Glacier.
Yeah.
They're trying to like move it away from the highway.
Yes, and the corridor is really bad through there
Mhm.
for cyclists, so
Right.
it's a great trail.
Any other thoughts online? Okay. The West Yellowstone Chamber of Commerce. This is for snowmobile grooming in West Yellowstone.
124097.
097. I don't have a lot of feedback here. It's a motorized project. We know that, the work that they do is greatly connected to the economy there in West Yellowstone. Tom, Stephanie, and I went down. We got to talk with the groomers and see the trails, and Stephanie rode with the groomer. So we got to hear a lot about the trials and
It is the most heavily ridden trail system in the state. It is probably the only trail system where you see semis full of snowmobiles unload. in the Midwest. So it brings in tons of money.
Yeah.
Plus it's a motorized project.
It's a motorized. Yeah. So I don't know. That we need to go.
Could you give me a number up on that score?
40.3.
Thank you.
I don't know if we really even need to. If
Nope.
it's scored decent and it's a motorized project.
Yep. Moving on. Foys to Blacktail Trails, reconstruction of drainage features on 6.7 miles of trail in the Heron County Park. They scored a 39.3. Application number.
124473.
My husband broke 8 ribs and collapsed his lung on this trail.
So throw it out.
So it's
No,
challenging.
it kind of needs some fixing, obviously.
It is a well-used area.
Yeah, it's a very
Yes.
popular.
Yeah, it's
popular
really
park.
great. The Heron Park is great.
Yeah, and even more, it's getting more and more popular with the expansion of the population in the flatland.
Yeah. It's a
easy
great
accessible.
connection to
Yeah.
the flat.
And to Blacktail.
Yeah.
I was actually kind of surprised by the amount they requested. In the years past, I'm pretty sure they were requesting much larger amounts. So I thought the amount was kind of.
Yeah, acceptable. I'm kind of disappointed at how low it was scored, really.
Yeah, I remember, I don't have extensive notes in front of me, but I think that was a talk we had internally too, it was a good project and the application itself could have just been better.
Yeah,
It's
see,
just one
there
of
you
those
go
things.
again. They
I
probably
think it
don't
was
have
by
a
nature of
professional
how it
grant
fit in the
writer.
rubric, to be honest,
Yeah.
more than anything else.
No.
Fund as you can, I would say.
Yeah, I think this one we noted, if we were to partially fund, to probably focus on the mini excavator work that they had proposed. It's just like the core of the project. Okay, any comments online? If we have people online still?
Are
Okay,
you there, people?
I think they are. I heard Jen speaking earlier.
We're here.
Great.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and move on, the Powder River County Weed District. This one is for the purchase of a lawnmower for vegetation across weed management on their 12.5 miles of trail. They ranked a 39.3. If we could get the application number
125092.
092.
It's definitely the smallest I've
Rating
seen in a
was,
long
what did you
time.
say?
39.3. Yep. Yep, so it is by far our smallest ask of 53.
Could it meet the Buy USA?
Yes, so they already provided me with the whatever you want to call it.
Concern I had was,
Yeah,
oh God,
I do too.
find one that's
But they did comply.
good.
I just put that owning equipment was not in their plan.
Oh,
Yeah,
in the plan that was cited.
uh-huh.
That's probably an area they didn't score well in general. You know, overall, one of the things the internal committee pointed out was for a middle ranking project, also considering it's in an area that I don't think we have RTP funds. It's in that region 7 that almost sees very little.
Okay.
So to engage them if
Yeah.
we can, if we
And
can
it might show
cough up
others
the
that, hey,
$500,
you can do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good thinking.
So
I agree with that.
just to give some insight on what we were talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, I think.
I'm sorry.
Brenda has.
This is Brenda. I would like to, Tom did a really good job of getting out into the Eastern Montana region overall. I mean, he was in Miles City, Glendive, I think you were up in Glasgow, some other Lewistown, really trying to help people understand their opportunities. I don't know if this grant, if this project itself was part of a result of that, but I'm sure that the one that we'll review tomorrow at Medicine Rock State Park is part of that. And that's one thing we did ask last year. So I think it's really important that we give attention and constructive feedback to projects that are first timers, just overall.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I mean, with that, like, you can read, like Christie's comment, very, very appropriate that it's not part of their overall plan. So maybe it's time for them to relook at that, that sort of thing.
Fair feedback. Okay. Anything else before we move on? Okay. The next one is the Forest Service National. I'm gonna keep doing this. Gallatin National Forest Avalanche Center. This is one of those education projects for daily avalanche forecast for Bozeman, Hebgen, Yellowstone, and Gardner Ranger District. Funding is for 2 full-time temporary avalanche specialists. They ranked a 39.
Number.
125051.
So I know the education projects are kind of a weird one to talk about. When we started hitting those applications, we decided to group them all together and talk about them as a group because they are something of a weird anomaly in RTP where it doesn't quite fit into trails. But we definitely see the importance of avalanche awareness and the outreach that they do. So although they scored a little bit differently across, as a total across everything else, we just thought it'd be better to discuss them all together. We don't do that right now today, mainly because of time, but just keeping that in mind, I guess.
Would be something for December meeting.
Yeah, maybe. So, But so I guess what I'm saying is if you have comments about this one specifically, or if you're similar to us and kind of loop them all together, you want to say something more general, that's fine.
Well, I think avalanche awareness education is very important. We get more and more people from out of state who have never snowmobiled, for instance, and just go and can get in severe bad situations. So I think not only through this, but in general, that kind of education is super important.
So I'm huge fan of the avalanche centers. Okay.
Me too.
My biggest concern has always been in the past, when we used to have a lot of motorized requests, we used to allocate about half the funding, and other motorized groups got moved down and sometimes cut and things like that. So I have a longer term concern that this is classified motorized. I think it's more diversified. I understand where we're at this year and I'm cool with it. And I just want to raise that concern that in the future, I'd probably, when we need motorized funding in order to be able to spend everything, I get it. It's also what they're funding are temporary avalanche specialists. These are forecasters. These are people that go out and dig the pits and read the snow and come back and type it all up and stuff like that. It is not for actual avalanche training, as I understand it. So the education side is also kind of a fuzzy classification here, but the avalanche centers do a phenomenal job. They do educate. They give out free education seminars. I go to these too, because up in the Flathead, we have a nonprofit that we go and get funding from our power company under Roundup for Safety, and we fund every single motorized group and so anybody that says, I want to take the motorized class, we pay for their entire class. We don't, so we're trying to remove barriers to entry on that stuff. So there's a lot of things there. I'm just stating for the fact and for the future that counting this as 100% motorized is suspect. But I'm okay
feel like
with it.
we did this though, maybe two years ago, where it might not have been in 100% motorized.
It's never been 100%.
I think because we're always kind of in an excess of funds in the motorized area,
Right.
just historically, as far as I can remember, that's why it made it very easy. We didn't have to debate like taking money from avalanche centers when we're every single year having fatalities, and how do you not fund that? So it just made it.
But for sure, they support the skiing and
Oh, yeah.
snowboarding community as much as, and we see
For sure.
nearly as many, if not as many fatalities in the skiing world as well as. the motorized.
I don't disagree. I think it was I feel like we had the conversation that it was a conscious decision to put it here so that we kind of didn't have to debate it, because there was always an excess. It felt like there was always an excess in the motorized funds.
Yeah, so this is definitely a larger conversation, and the internal
And that's
committee
fine
talked
to
about
move to
too.
the summer, yeah.
So yeah, I think we should bookmark
Where
it.
we're at today
Yeah.
with the funding and not enough motorized requests.
Yeah, and I kind of did base it off of notes from last year, and I said at the time, we'll go with that.
So
Okay.
It's good.
I'm kind of just getting it on the record.
Definitely.
At this point.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah,
Anything else?
I wholeheartedly agree with Mark on this one for future record. And I might also mention to the FWP staff here, this has been darn good PR for the department.
Yep.
It's been what?
Good PR.
Oh,
Public relations.
Good
It's
relationships.
good, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the Lolo National Forest, Plains, Thompson Falls Ranger District. This is for a specific project, constructing 3 log bridges over creeks in the 4 Lakes area, and then some deferred maintenance on 5.5 miles of trail. They scored a 39.
124,428.
428. Comments? I don't have too many specific comments from the internal committee. I think we were just considering, at this stage in the applications, we'll probably be looking at partial funding.
Yeah. Yeah, this gets into that
Yeah,
Forest Service.
weedy conversation.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Decent
I didn't
project.
get going what you guys were meeting was on, but
Yeah,
Online
they would-
comments?
They would drop one of the bridges
Yeah.
and deferred maintenance.
Mhm.
So they at least prioritized what they would want
Mhm.
and the amount, which is super helpful for you
That's
guys.
helpful.
Really, yeah. Follow their guide. Follow their lead. Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we're thinking. Anything from online? Okay. Moving on to the Custer Gallatin National Forest Hebgen Lake Ranger District. Hiring 1 seasonal winter trail maintenance worker and 2 summer trail maintenance workers. And then this one got a 38.3.
124,828.
So this one, these are the folks that we also, their winter maintenance folks help out with the snowmobile trails, maintaining those trails and whatnot.
Did you guys have any thoughts on?
You know,
partial versus-
I think we were just after all the information that they provided us in person and everything, I think we're a little disappointed in the application. That would most likely be some sort of partial fund situation. Maybe still funding their winter maintenance and maybe 1 summer maintenance person.
Cool.
That was kind of what we were generally thinking. Just to prioritize funding. Any other comments? Pretty general stuff otherwise. The Kootenai Cross Country Ski Club. Grooming, maintenance of trails, and improving 3 connectors on their trails. They scored a 37.7.
125,093.
And then this one also, in their application, they had insufficient match. So their max award went from 16.3 to 13.5. So just as a note,
Which to what?
$13,560.
I'm cool with that.
Anything?
Well, I wish that one had scored a little higher myself. Up in that part of the world, they really need some assistance. And I just wish it had scored higher.
And things to do for the kids.
Right. So I feel like with this, we will likely still be able to provide some sort of partial funding. It just won't, it likely will not be the full max. Okay. Hearing nothing, I'm gonna move on to the Flathead Avalanche Center. Once again, daily avalanche forecasts for the Flathead, Kootenai Glacier National Park, Stillwater State Forest, Coal Creek State Forest, and Swan River State Forest. Funding for salaries. They scored a 37.7.
I do have a question. Mhm.
Yes.
These are for, when we're asking about sustainability, is it because we're trying to find out if they're going to be needing the same funds over and over every single year? Or is it that work like a typical grant, this is to get things started and then it would be self-sustaining or somewhat self-sustaining into the future? That's my problem, is that this is going to just be every single year, I would imagine, right?
Most of the avalanche ones are every single year.
It's like grooming.
So I think the response to that does depend on the project. For a lot of like, if you're constructing a trail, I think we're looking at, okay, how are you gonna keep up on the trail?
Mhm.
And then on these avalanche ones, I think some of the intent is, how do you plan on maintaining your operations going into the future? And unfortunately, I think that's also a lot of some of these orgs, their responses sometimes aren't the greatest. They're coming here every year for a reason at this point.
Yeah.
What number is it?
125, 121.
So I think, I guess generally speaking, it might be up to our interpretation a little bit.
On this one, I'll say, short of what's the middle one called again? It's probably down here somewhere. We're missing one avalanche center that we haven't hit yet.
Oh, no, yeah, it's further yet.
West Central. Flathead covers more territory and more mountain ranges, almost with exception, except for West Central, than anybody else. And it is hard. The areas that they cover is just, huge. They all do, all of them. The Gallatin is huge as well. So it's like, I'm not diminishing anybody, but the hard one is West Central, because I mean, they go all the way to Sealy Lake and all the way south to, the Bitterroot, the southern end of the Bitterroot. And it's like, how they can cover it is beyond me. But again, it's these are, there's a lot of backcountry skiers and snowmobilers and everybody that are starting to really rely on it because of the education. I don't want to tie up our stuff, but I'll just give you one quick example. And that was on our Trans-Montana ride. Every morning we do a avalanche review, check and review. So we're checking beacons, we're talking about it, but we actually talk about the forecast with people. And most people, even dedicated snowmobilers like myself, never used to check that. And now it's like automatic. I get the email every morning at 7 o'clock from them. And I look at it and I get the, right in the email, it gives me the color code and I go, okay, I know I got to be on my game, or I can ease up a little bit, but we talk about it. And when we do our beacon checks on the ride, the first day, and I tell people ahead of time, I say, you will have to have your beacon out and we will do a beacon check. And we tell everybody to go into search mode, because if you have an accident, everybody has to get in search mode. Otherwise, we're searching for you who doesn't have your beacon in search mode. And it takes us 2 minutes on day 1. By day 4, we're down to 10 seconds. And we get people, but it's this education that's really critical. So that's why what they do is critical. So, and it's saving lives.
It is.
Any other thoughts, comments? Okay. Moving on, Yellowstone Ranger District, 5 trail crew members to work on flood impacted trails. And then there were about 97 miles of identified trail. This is one of those I think could have ranked better, just because we know how impactful those trails are and flooding and whatnot. But they did rank a 37.
I guess I just want to ask the question, like, were there any funds available for them for flood damage through infrastructure, or any special bills that were passed? I just don't know.
We kind of talked about that a little bit internally too. but I don't think any of us knew off the top of our head, like what specifically was available. I remember seeing somewhere, I know the Absorki folks did send out an email about them trying to get some funding for flood mitigation type projects. So I know there's stuff out there.
And I'm sure there were big features like roads and bridges and stuff like
Yeah.
that. And then this is probably going after all the
Second,
secondary.
I mean,
stuff
Yeah.
the
that's-
This is
state
probably
put in
back
Yeah.
tons of
country.
money for road and.
So I can't.
Can you guys hear me now?
Just put in
Start yelling.
put in fat pauses and then we hear you.
Yeah, talk slow.
Okay, I'll see if this works. So what you guys said is accurate. Yeah, am I coming across okay?
I can hear.
I'm so sorry, Kent. I don't know what's going on,
Mark,
but
what is the number?
I'll type something.
okay.
124993. Give you a call on the phone. Could he call in?
Hey,
into the
yeah,
meeting?
Kent.
Ken, can you call into the meeting?
You guys have a number?
Jen would be the person to know that, I think.
Should be the meeting info.
Or yeah, if you look at the invite email, there might have been
Comments on this
Yeah.
one.
one.
Crazy, why does that microphone do that?
So what were your recommendations on this from your
Our recommendations were to
internal review?
partially fund.
Yeah, I mean, they
I think we were
should
gonna
be able
50%
to, yeah,
fund it.
break out these and at least do partial.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a prioritization game.
Forest Service is good about making it work with
Yeah.
what they get to.
Okay.
Kings Hill?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes,
You've
you're
been
welcome.
helping me out so much today. Okay, Kings Hill Grooming Association, Snowmobile Trail Grooming in the Lewis and Clark National Forest, Jefferson Division, Kings Hill, Judith and White Sulphur Ranger District. They had a score of 36.3.
124251.
This is one of those.
This is a motorized.
Oh, is it? Right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's more. I'm just curious. Can you give me a quick? Usually Bob Reynolds does a phenomenal job rating grants, so I'm just a little curious why what maybe he scored low.
Yeah, so there were some, I don't know if this one's specifically this one. I remember I was talking about one or two snowmobile grants that it kind of seemed a little bit that they were like, we've gotten this every year, so we're gonna get it again, sort of a attitude. So, and it's, I mean, they're gonna get funded again. So I don't know what to say about that, really.
Yeah, and this is one of those areas where, that grooming association is, sadly, it's like, it's a lot of 70-year-old men,
Yeah.
and women running these things. And I'm not sure. I sometimes wonder how good they are about getting the computer, getting all those answers in.
Yeah, and
Having said that, I will just say, I ride there a lot, and I think a component of their grant was also for brushing, was it not?
no, that I think might have gone
Was that
underneath the TSP.
Okay, all right.
This one
This
was all
one's
grooming.
just grooming.
Was it just grooming? Okay.
Yeah, so, and I think some of that might be another larger conversation of like, because if we get to a point where we have like a lot more competition motorized, I think that there might just need to be more of a push for some of these folks to like up their game, because sometimes you gotta play the game you're
Yeah.
playing a little bit. I mean, yes, right now they're safe and they have been safe for a while, but yeah, at some point there might
I
want to
mean, they
work with the
barely
snowmobiles to
answered the
just up their
questions.
deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and those were
Really?
just a couple that we saw, and it's probably just because maybe they got used to it, and
Probably.
this is
yeah.
every year.
So,
They're just checking the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And carry some comments back to them.
Yeah, we can do this.
Speaking of comments, public comments in 1 minute.
Do we want to do that and then like take a break from this, do public comment and then finish this out? We're getting pretty close to the end.
And,
I think it's on the agenda for 4.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Public comment.
Okay, so if any attendees raise their hand to make a comment, and I will unmute you. It does not appear that we have anyone on Zoom for public comment.
Well, that is quick then.
We don't have-
I'm sorry, I'm looking for Stephanie's direction.
I'm sorry. Question for you. Yeah, yes, please join us. Yes, please state your first and last name and,
I'll get staged first.
okay.
My name's Lanny Walker. I'm the mayor of Fort Benton. Thank you for giving me your time. And I apologize for not really being probably here on the right day, because after I looked at your agenda, TSP's tomorrow. And the reason I had to come today anyway was because I have another meeting at the other end of town. For a water conference, and if I'm not there, I lose my credentials to be the sewer and wastewater guy in Fort Benton, so I got to be here. So thank you for your time. I just want to be here to give a plug into our TSP grant for our river trail, along our levee. We're going further. Do they know what it is, or have they not reviewed it?
They've reviewed. Yeah,
Okay, so you've all reviewed
I'm
it,
gonna turn.
so you're familiar with it, so I don't have to worry with minute details. So all I'll say is that, how many been to Fort Benton?
I'm from Highwood.
All right. Our levee, our river trail is literally the center focal point of Fort Benton. And I might add, it's been that way a long time, since about 1864. So anyway, part of the trail that we put in for the grant goes from the old steel bridge that's now a walking bridge to nowhere, and it's and then it goes down to our circle where the boat ramp is, and I can't remember the exact distance. It's 400 plus feet or something like that, and it's the oldest part of the trail that was paved probably 35 years ago, as close as I could come. So and that's what we're putting in to try to renew it. And the reason for it is when I was still on the city council, we had this lady that came to our council meeting in a motorized wheelchair. And when she finally got the floor for public comment, she says, "I love your trail, but I find it easier to go down your street than I do the trail," with her little motorized wheelchair. So anyway, not to say that I've been working on it since then, but it's dire need of being redone for that section of the trail. The rest of the trail is in pretty good shape. It does go from the upper end of town to lower end of town, probably a good 1.5 miles, I'm guessing, give or take a few hundred yards. But I know it's an expensive grant, but it'll last 35 years if we get it done. So I just want you to give it some pretty good thought. And we also, the other thing I'd like to mention, and if we get this one fixed up, we got a really good trail committee in Fort Benton, and they're going to try to take the old railroad and make a complete loop. I don't know when we'll ever see it. Maybe I won't live long enough, but anyway, they're working hard on it. And this is kind of the first stage to get that. And then City of Fort Benton, we're going to give them access through some of our land to get up on that railroad track. And if they ever get the track from the railroad, then around the town it'll go, and it'll be a really good system. So thank you for your time.
All right. Thanks for
Thank you
coming
for
on.
being here.
I'm a fellow operator, so I understand what you're up against. So.
Did you guys also get emails from different
Yeah.
individuals?
Yeah. I've got tons of questions, but they're not comments. But I'll pass.
Okay. Nice again.
Moving on.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for hanging in there. We are getting closer to the end here. So the next project is the Sealy Lake Nordic Ski Club. They scored a 36.3.
124296.
If I'm pulling up. my
Is that
notes.
right?
Yeah.
I think I've got it right.
Yeah.
We scored what?
A 36.3. Yeah. So it was a lower linking project. We might have to, potentially fund this one at 50%. I think is what I have in my notes.
Did they applied for an STP grant too, right?
Is that what that asterisk means? I think they did.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They did.
Comments?
But not currently, just in the last 5 years.
Not both grooming though, right?
They wanna buy it.
One of them for
What
building
is your
trails and
score?
one for.
One's trail stewardship is electrifying.
Oh, yeah.
The shit.
Trailhead house, yeah.
Ours is
And then
grooming.
building a shed.
Building a shed.
I'd hate to see that one get knocked down that far. Just because it is, again, I know their school system does
Yeah,
cross-country ski program with their kids every, couple days and all that kind of stuff. So,
It's a financially depressed area. They
Yeah.
could use some help.
I know, and they apply every year for grooming. It's one of those, they kind of expect it, but they
again,
do
we're-
do a lot of great stuff up there.
Yeah.
This is Brenda. I'm just trying to think back to the conversation about the grooming, trail grooming in Missoula and about how popular that trail is. And this is a portion of that ask. I kind of feel like this one deserves a little bit more attention. Again, because these smaller communities, they just really struggle. Because, 10,000 to them is like, I don't know, 30 or 40 to Missoula. So I think we have to take some of that into consideration. I don't know if there's a formula for that, but it's just my thought.
Sure.
Well said.
I guess for what it's worth, it looks like what took them down in scoring in general was the question about plans, regional strategies, goals, things like that. And then underneath trail sustainability, that was the other section that just kind of took them down in ranking.
I'm guessing this is also one of those things that went back to our very early conversation about professional grant writers versus community members. And they probably don't have a sustainability plan. They don't have an overall strategic plan. And I think those things probably are constructive criticism that we can phrase in a way and direct them towards some of the community resource plans, maybe in the Department of Commerce. There's a lot going on. The Main Street Montana program.
The score. They can cite the sort score.
Right.
There, I realize that we're looking at hours versus miles, but I did calculate 1,666. These guys were the absolute highest per mile. 15 miles of snow grooming, which averages out to $1,666 per mile. So yes, it's a really worthy project, but maybe they've overestimated the cost.
I don't know, they're pretty experienced at this. I would.
I'm not, again, I just say it's like, it's more about the hours and or type of grooming you're doing. If you're using a big groomer at 120 an hour, it just runs up the cost faster. And I don't know
And they
which
use the
they're-
piston bully for the.
yeah, so if they're using the piston bully for some, and it's probably usually right after a snowstorm where they have to go out and break it down, and then they can go in with a snowmobile and a groomer to follow it. But, so but you gotta pay for both. So that's the hard part. I mean, that kind of grooming is, is meticulous, and it's not cheap at times, especially when you get the snow that Sealy's gotten, like, they've gotten a lot of snow this year, like the other areas, like the Gallatin and stuff. They're having to run more hours. So again, this is one that I personally would recommend, like at a 75% partial fund or something like that, if possible.
Other thoughts?
No, I agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, this is where it starts to get tough because
Yeah.
we're getting
You're
close
getting
to the
low,
bottom, yeah. The Lowell National Forest Superior Ranger District, this is for 6 miles of general trail improvements along Heart Lake and Pearl Lake trails. They scored a 36. Do we have-
124005.
So this one, I guess, just notes that we had, this seemed like, and maybe there's missing information that I don't know off the top of my head, but it was for over $90,000, and we thought it was a high requested amount for the number of miles impacted. That was pretty significant to us. So this one, because of limited funding, we were considering not funding, just because we don't have enough funding for everyone. And this seems like a project that could get deferred to another year, or maybe there's another way to get there, or maybe they just do less in that area. We recognize that it is a high use area. I've been there before multiple times. Absolutely beautiful. But I just don't know if we can make it work this year.
I'm okay with that.
Other thoughts?
Maybe not so much on this one, but some of these, a picture's worth 1,000 words. There's a couple of those trails that are just, I couldn't believe how horrific they were.
Mhm.
But anyhow, you've been there, and yeah, I'm with you.
Okay. The next one, the city of Shelby. This is for installing lighting on the rural portion of the Roadrunner Recreational Trail, which is roughly about 3 miles. They scored a 35.7. Do we have the number?
124298.
298. Let's see. So this one was a hard conversation too. It is a high dollar cost. It didn't with the rubric score the greatest. I know that they did apply in the past and they were not awarded funding. So then they came back in. I don't know. I obviously wasn't there last time. Speaking with one of the other internal reviewers, he said that the application seemed pretty similar to last time it was scored. There wasn't a lot of improvements, so just taking off his word, I wasn't there. There was some concern with when, where volunteer work will be used, because that was part of their match. I thought the area biologist response that they had attached was interesting, because in his response, he said he wasn't sure about the full scope of the project. So I was like, is that a sufficient response? And then it just seemed like a low priority
Mike, you need to talk.
item, kind of like a want, not a need sort of.
The trail was designed by Larry Bonnaroo, the mayor of Shelby a number of years ago. Him and his daughter designed it. They built it. I've ran it a lot of times. Wonderful trail. It's just one of Montana's great trails, but we can't light it. We're not going to light the trail. You need to, I think, use it during daylight hours, like the other trails that we're looking at funding here. So to light it, I just can't see it.
Well, I haven't read it thoroughly enough. Why do they feel like they need to light it? Is it to,
The part that goes through this town.
I can speak
So
to
the-
lighting because we submitted a grant a long time ago too to ask for lighting for rural trails. And it's just because in small communities, you don't have the gymnasiums or the facilities. And to extend that use in the winter hours, maybe not this winter because the snow was so horrible.
Yeah.
But I can see lighting
Yeah.
a trail. And I mean, if we're gonna fund latrines, but you know, so this community decides that lighting is important.
Yeah.
Lighting is important to some communities.
And a lot of small communities don't have streetlights.
And we do, but we don't have it on our trail. And so
Right.
that's, you know, we'd walk down to the river if
Okay.
anyway.
This
So
is out in the
that's
prairie.
helpful.
This is out in the prairie now, this is out of town we're talking, just out
Oh, it is. It's-
middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I may have changed a little bit since then too, because, boy, I'd hate to see lights, maybe a little bit on the prairie, but if a community decides that that's what they need, that was how we got started in trails, because our community thought that they need our trail lit, and I don't know. So I would support partial.
Yeah, so I will say that they did attach quite a few support letters from community members and businesses and whatnot, so.
I
Oh,
wonder
they're
if
asking for
solar,
the full 100.
going solar would be cheaper for them. Because it is a high dollar project.
Brenda, did you have a comment?
Yeah, actually a couple. I mean, I kind of think, I mean, does lighting a trail actually fall under the purview of what we're doing? First of all, I guess that's a bigger question. And second of all, you know, one of the things that we're working on in Eastern Montana is Montana's Trail to the Stars. And I think, like many things, Montana, we're not quite as advanced and mature in some of our thinking. And, you know, lighting can be very, very obtrusive and create a lot of light pollution. So if you think about sustainability of the actual lights themselves, and then sustainability of our, you know, of our skies, it's a slippery slope. I mean, this is a big can of worms, I think. And, you know, having grown up in a small community myself, I can see how this would be very, very attractive. And you know, wanting to use a trail outside of, you know, normal working hours, because the sun doesn't come up, or, you know, it's dark. But maybe there's other solutions, again, that this community can be looking at. I mean, maybe there's solutions that they can look with the International Dark Sky Association, which maybe doesn't have any funding, but has ideas on how to become a dark sky community. And that would give them a boost up in requesting funding that is friendly to dark sky viewing. And those lights are lights that point down, and there's all these special technical things that have to happen. That's just my 2 cents worth. I think if this group starts funding lit trails, that's a big can of worms. But especially when we have other projects that are really neat.
I have to say a no fund on this one from my vote is, I don't see the benefit on that. I mean, they could put a box out with 50 headlamps sitting in it and have lit trails. And I'd buy them for them out of my own pocket if they want. Yeah, it's
They
like,
could wear headlamps.
yeah, I mean, it's like, if you need the trail lit, you put a headlamp on and you go run it. And it's like, otherwise, you know, it's light till 11 o'clock at night in Shelby.
Yeah, but that's in the summer.
Summer,
Yeah.
but in the
4:30.
winter time, it's covered in snow and it's probably.
I wear a
not being used.
headlamp
Walk
every
the
single
streets.
night when I go.
So-
Yeah,
hiking,
headlamp,
every
So I
single
just,
night.
I
So,
just think this
I
one's a
don't
little
know.
frivolous and should be a no fund. So that's my comment.
This one is a hard conversation. There's a lot of talk on all sides. so
Brenda, I really appreciate your comments about the dark sky, because I'm a night sky telescope user, and it's damn hard to find a good spot that doesn't have lights screwing up my scope.
Right, there's a
Come
lot
to
of places in
Eureka.
Montana.
Wait till you hear me tomorrow.
Okay,
Come to
so
Eureka, Mark.
let's go ahead and move on. Thanks. I know that one's a hard one, so I appreciate comments on all sides, and yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
'cause
hard
I'm
conversation internally too. So the next one is the Silvercrest Trails Association for Newark Ski Trail grooming and the purchase of some Jinzu groomers and track setters. They scored a 35.7. This is definitely one of the ones the internal committee was just sad that the application itself was kind of low, and the application was a bit lacking.
What did it score?
It scored a 35.7.
What's its number?
125140.
Thank you.
So this one might just depend on where we are with funds when we go through everything. I think it's one of those that we want to be able to provide funding to, but at some level, it might just depend on what we have available.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a small request in relation to
Yeah.
many others, so again, I would try and I always try to uplift those little ones because they're not that impactful to the budget, but
Do what you can.
Anything else? Okay. Beartooth National Ranger, just
Yeah, you do good.
Beartooth Ranger District. This is for trail crew salaries for summer trail maintenance on 260 miles in the Beartooth Ranger District. They scored a 34.7.
125071.
This,
125.
yep. So this one, I think it ranked low because there wasn't a lot of specification in the application. It was a pretty wide and general maintenance app with not a ton of prioritization happening within the application itself. So that's just kind of where it landed.
Did we ever get Kent back?
Comments online? In person?
So what's your internal thought? Partial or no fund on that one?
This one, I fear that we will likely not have enough fund to beneficially,
I'm okay.
you know.
I mean, they have a big, it's a $60,000 request.
Yeah.
I'm concerned that, I mean, without Kent, I mean, he did, what I understood from him earlier is that there was special funding for the flood areas, because there are a lot of areas up there. I don't know if you've been up there much yourself, Christy, since, but I don't know well enough to know which ones are closed, but you know, when I saw the Rosebud and Stillwater, those I think are areas that really got hammered with the flood. So I don't know. I would like to get some information. Kent, there you are.
Kent, if you want to use your phone so we can hear you, if you hit *6, that will unmute you, and then *6 will also remute you when you're done.
Does that work?
Can you speak up? Kent, are you unmuted? It looks like he's trying to talk on his phone.
Hey, Kent, go ahead and try again with the *6. Are you sure?
Oh, can you hear me now?
We absolutely can.
Wow, it shows I'm still muted. Hey, thanks, and sorry for all the effort here. Appreciate you guys making that work, Jennifer. Yes, they've gotten some funding through the final appropriation. There was flood funding, especially on the east side of the Custer Gallatin. So I don't know how that's intermixing. I don't know how that's working with the
you know, these grants, but I can see if I can run it down tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Well, we could come back to these in the morning for just a couple of.
Yeah, if
things
there's
that would
anything
kill
we
us.
need to touch base on, especially if Kent is still here. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Okay, let's,
That would help, Kent, if you brought some more info in the morning.
Yeah, let me check on that and I'll get back with you guys.
Awesome.
Gosh, we can hear you so well.
Yeah.
Magic.
Don't hang up.
all right. Moving on
That's right.
to the Absaroka Beartooth Wilderness Foundation, supporting 2 seasons of volunteer trail projects as well as their trail stewards positions.
124604.
They had a score of 34.3. This one was one that we were also really sad to see that ranked so low, especially after I got to spend some time out there with them. I know they do really good work.
Yeah.
I know they have so much support out there. They get a lot done. The Forest Service seems to be really happy with their partnership. But their application, I have to say, kind of seemed like it was a very last minute throw together. And they just didn't put in the time that I know that they can do. I mean, I know they have the content. I just don't think they did a very good job of putting it on paper.
I mean, if they're a foundation, they should be able to write. They should be able to write a grant.
Yeah.
And
you say
these
no?
aren't
100%.
difficult grants. I
Yeah.
mean, if you've ever done an economic development grant or any of those, oh my goodness.
I guess I fear at this stage that we will likely not be able to fund them. There's a couple of these in the lower area where we've highlighted them that, like, if we can, we should try really
I
hard
would be cool with that.
to
yeah.
partially fund. I can't promise anything.
What did they say on their partial funding? I mean, did they
I
have
can tell
something
ya
that they could
here.
line item that would be a?
Says,
We would
yes,
try,
we
yeah.
would prioritize the volunteer trail steward program. It is highly regarded by our U.S. Forest Service partners, both as temporary capacity filler and staff recruitment tool. It delivers high quantities of high quality stewardship impact. Plus, given current recruiting trends, we are already filling these positions now.
Did we get a dollar amount on that?
It would
They
be in their
didn't.
budget.
So they said what trail stewardship?
Gosh, I read this application. I think it's very well written.
Prioritize
I must not
stewardship
understand it either.
program.
I guess I'll have to just figure it out.
Yeah, you'll have to.
It might be something I can break apart.
What, it might be something.
Oh, the 36,000, and that might, because that's for their, the positions that they're seasonal positions,
Trail
at 36.
stewards. Right there, is that what
Mhm.
it is?
Mhm.
So 36,000. So basically
Half.
half.
Just over half.
Yeah. And some of it was little stuff, like I noticed, like you can see here, but they have the wrong years listed. They used the 2013 to 2014 instead of 2023, 2024.
Yeah,
Some of it was really small stuff like that.
why would they do that?
Yeah.
They're copying and pasting.
Yeah.
So yes, so we recognize the importance. We have them highlighted as a try to do something. I feel like that's the best we can do with having $1 million
Yeah.
less available than what we've
And
been
we still
requested.
have quite a few more to go here.
Yeah.
Holy
1.5 pages.
Okay, Last Chance Nordic Ski Club. The construction of a grooming equipment storage shed at the McDonald Pass Cross Country Ski Trail. So this, another story of they received an RTP grant to do this project. Inflation costs went through the roof. So that original grant is now mainly being used for the groundwork and a portion, and the actual costs of the storage units, they don't have the money for, so they're coming back again. Just another sad story. Very sad that it didn't rank, or that it ranked pretty low, because we've been talking about this project with them quite extensively since I started. Quite literally, I think my second day was a
I'm
meeting
just
with
curious,
them.
is it a function of the rubric that the rubric doesn't fit this kind of a project, or was it really?
No, I mean, there were some questions in here, they quite literally put NA.
Ah,
They just did not respond to the
yeah, that's-
question.
I just don't remember.
This same group has let us down in the past.
Oh.
And these are trails I use. There
Yeah.
was the one year where they literally cut and paste from the year before, and it was, they just, it's a bummer, because I use these trails.
I use them
And,
incessantly.
and I know that they've let us down just in their, application, not necessarily what they're doing.
Well, this could be a teaching moment where we say no fund and say, look, guys, you
Yeah.
really gotta step it up.
This
Yeah.
one's really hard, because I know that if they don't get, they're moving forward this project regardless of whether they get this funding or not. It's gonna cut really harsh into their budget going into next season and whatnot. So,
There's nothing else like nearby either. It's not, I mean, it's really weirdly in town and still isolated. It's just kind of,
What's the number of this one and what did it score?
124952.
it scored a 34.
Thank you.
So, yeah. Other comments online?
I hate doing it to them.
I know.
I know how important, storage barns are to that kind of stuff.
This one was really painful to score.
Tears the equipment apart to not have it inside. They'll be back asking for new equipment because of it.
Okay.
Is this one?
Did you have a comment?
Looking at the partial funding comment that they had. Doesn't look like.
Yeah, I think they were talking about like maybe they can move some money around with their rack agreement, but I know in general, if they don't get this funding, they're gonna just spend their own money on it. Okay, so moving on to the Gardner Ranger District. This is for the restoration of the telephone basin trail, funds for the trail crews. They scored a 34. And I'm trying to see. I don't have any specific comments from the attorney.
125117. 34.
So this one was also going to be likely a no fund from the internal committee. Comments? No comments? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move on here. The next application was the West Yellowstone Ski Education Foundation. This was for $100,000 for the purchase of a Nordic snowcat groomer for the Rendezvous Trail System. They ranked a 34 application number.
124732.
732. So, so there was some stuff just in the budget that from the internal committee that was noted, where there seemed to be some missing identification of where some of the funds were going to come from. Like they said that the total price was 150, but they only secured 125 with this grant. So there was like a missing $25,000. They were unsure where that money was coming from or if it's not secured. This was separate from the application ranking and discussion, but I do note that I know that they're not interested in any of the groomers that would be BABA or Buy America, Build America compliant, which will make the process really difficult. They can do a waiver process, and I've talked to them about that. But from what I've heard, that process can be very lengthy and complicated. And I think I mentioned that right now we're seeing if a waiver comes through, and my suggestion to the internal committee and likely to them would be, why don't we wait a year and you can come back and hopefully that waiver. And then also some feedback on just how they can beef up their application in general. Because I think either they're gonna wait a year to get a waiver passed, or they can wait a year to see if we get our waiver passed. Yeah, raise a little more money and, you know, do a revamp on their app. So I don't think there was anything necessarily wrong with the ask or the question. It was just how it landed in the rubric. And then also that BABA piece kind of got us a little iffy.
Only missing 25K.
Any other questions?
Makes sense.
Okay, we're gonna do it, guys. We're gonna get through this. Beartooth Recreational Trails Association, maintenance and machine grooming of the West Fork Road and Red Lodge North Ski Center. They scored a 32.
This is cross country.
This is cross country, yes.
Number?
125095.
Thank you.
It's 32, you said?
Yes.
Score.
I will say this is one of the highest used cross-country skiing areas in it. Is widely used by people in Billings and Red Lodge, Columbus. I mean, it's got a significant benefit to a lot of people.
So one of the issues, just as a note, that we had with the application was in their funding request. They were requesting salaries for day-to-day operations, which is not really an eligible expense under RTP.
Was it a significant amount?
5,500. So, I mean, overall, not quite, but
So we took that off, then we'd be down around 20
yeah,
for a request. 19.5.
yeah. And then it might depend on, you know, if this was another one that we highlighted for, which we will
Partial.
try.
Partial if possible.
We will try to partially fund them.
Okay. Yeah. Whenever they're not eligible for it. You can get
Okay.
Central Montana, another avalanche.
Yes, the West Central Montana Avalanche Center is the next one. They ranked a 30.3. Once again, avalanche education outreach for the Lolo Bitterroot and Nez Perce National Forest. This one was another one that was fairly disappointing to go through their application. I know for a fact that they submitted this one at the very last hour. They called me, they gave me a call 2 hours before closing.
Oh.
To
It's kind
ask
of an
questions.
indication.
And then we talked on the phone for about 45 minutes to an hour. And then it seemed like they hadn't started writing yet and they only had about an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. that's a
So
bit
I don't
late.
know what to say on that other
This,
than
yeah,
planning.
I mean, obviously it's
coordination.
motorized, so they're probably gonna get a.
Yeah, so I think what we were thinking with the education centers was to do partial funding on all of them, even though this one scored really low. There is that motorized piece that we're trying to fulfill. And also there was discussion about funding a Forest Service Avalanche Center and not this nonprofit one. And just, there was a lot of back and forth.
Oh, this is the West Central Avalanche Foundation.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is.
This is
Ah,
a
I'm thinking it's,
nonprofit.
oh,
Nonprofit.
sorry, okay.
Yeah, real quick. So are you guys thinking of partially funding this one?
Yeah.
Okay. They are completely, I mean, what we do is a little bit different than the other two avalanche centers in Montana. We have a challenge cost share agreement with the West Central Avalanche Foundation. And so we put money into that challenge cost share to help them along. But I think they're still struggling. They're still trying to, I think, get their feet under them. So I'll put it that way. Thanks.
Obviously,
Right,
yeah.
right. Okay. Any other comments? Moving on to the Montana Backcountry Alliance. This is funds to plow roads for backcountry ski access near St. Mary's Peak and Gash Creek in the Bitterroot National Forest, and funds for the design of a trailhead at Gash Creek. This scored a 27.7.
125, 102.
So just to dive into the internal committee comments, the trailhead design portion was over the max that you can request for design construction. So that's a side note. But then there was also concern for funding primarily road plowing, because that's another annual thing. And if we're kind of setting precedents, like, okay, we'll help fund plowing of roads year after year. I did talk to Federal Highways. It's technically eligible, but is that what we want to set precedents for, that in the future people are going to come to us for funding to plow roads to access trails? And the primary user here was backcountry skiing, which we just didn't feel was necessarily like creating access for, like a maintained trail or a designated trail use. Seemed a little sidestep.
I can't remember exactly where this is, but St. Mary's Peak.
It's over by Stevensville.
Yeah,
Area.
it's
So
across
it's
the, basically on the,
Is it on the west?
in the Bitterroots on the, west side.
Yeah, so it's, but there is a groom trail that goes in towards Lost Horse Lake, just south of that, so.
Yeah, so this was a recommend no fund from the internal committee.
That'd be okay.
Other comments? Okay. Missoula Snowgoers Snowmobile Association, grooming of the Lolo Pass recreational area. They got a score of 27.3. They are motorized, which will likely keep them safe here. This was one of those applications, like we mentioned before, just kind of felt like they were checking the box. They're kind of used to getting funded, but comments?
Ashamed.
It's just the same thing as 2 years ago or last year. I mean, same thing.
Right. Yeah.
Too bad.
This one, these guys need to get their act together, and I think we have to give them a very stern warning letter
Right.
on this one, saying you got lucky because the way the funds worked out, but you really got to pick it up.
Yeah.
It's really, yeah.
I will help write that letter if you want, because I will chew up a new one.
It's just
Give you a
really,
call.
it's really sad that, there's so much need out there and
That area
so much.
is, so heavily used.
It is,
And
it's so great.
I was out last year before the groomers got out and just on a day where it snowed a ton, and went out before the groomer had a chance to get out. And we didn't crawl out until almost 11 o'clock at night. That's how much this area needs grooming.
Yeah.
We were literally looking at each other going, are we spending the night? Because it was that hard going. And it's the most wonderful riding area, but it's like,
Right.
it
It's
needs
great
grooming.
skiing up there.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe some outreach to let them know
Yeah.
that, if they want 101 grant writing.
Yeah. And again, I think that's part of a larger discussion about how we can maybe have discussions with the snowmobile groups about just being prepared for any future competition.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments?
I'm still here. I just wanted to, I'm glad you're gonna write a letter to him saying, pick up your act. but this is a heavily used area and it draws snowmobilers from clear as far away as Washington State. So it's a good project, but yes, send them a good stern letter.
Yeah. Okay. Noted.
I've taken my orders. Okay, the last one here, the last one.
You done it.
Yeah.
I'm not done yet.
125,194.
Anaconda Local Development Court for the purchase of a snowmobile, disc mulcher, and mower for maintenance of the Anaconda Snowmobile Club. They scored a 23.7. They are motorized, so we know where that goes.
Yeah.
See if I had any specific
Again,
notes.
letter.
I think this is just another one too.
They didn't
You know,
actually answer
I
the
haven't seen these
questions
guys
asked.
before.
Yeah.
I haven't seen these. I don't recognize this
Snowmobile club.
group before. Maybe they put in applications
So
on other stuff.
They have actually had an RTP application in the past. I think it was like a 2020 or a 2019.
Okay.
Not for snowmobile stuff though. It was for a trail in
Really?
Anaconda. I think it was just poor answering questions. Just,
Yeah,
you
they're
know.
not actually
yeah.
answering the questions
Yeah.
asked.
We can send a very hard letter to them and.
And again, this, giving them one of the better motorized category grants to look at as an example of what we
Yeah.
expect.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
do have a couple really, really well written
Yeah.
ones, so it's not impossible.
No.
You
Yeah.
can score high.
It's a pity because this is also an area that really could use the money for
Yeah,
this
right.
purpose, you know?
Any online comments? Okay.
Yeah, I've got a quick one. I'd
Yes.
like to suggest, I had this down as one of the poorest applications we got. And, I might suggest that it sounds like tomorrow we might be talking about moving maybe some motorized projects that went after trail stewardship grant money over to RTP. Did I hear that correctly earlier?
Yes. Yeah, if there was, because we have to meet our motorized.
Right.
So Tom and I were discussing if there were eligible projects that we could scoot over, we'd have that conversation.
What I'm suggesting is after reading this Anaconda, as much as I love the snowmobile clubs, I don't think we should fund them at all. It was a terrible application, and maybe we can make up the difference with the motorized by shifting something over from TSP.
I'm open to that discussion if Tom and you guys are open to that discussion.
Yeah, that's doable. You can actually just shift motorized
I was-
from motorized here to motorized there.
Well,
Yeah, I
it's
was
more
gonna ask
like
that too.
saying to them, hey, we couldn't fund you under TSP. Would you be willing to adjust your budget to match RTP?
They
But-
come up with a 20%.
So 20% is essentially the difference is can you come up with 20% match instead of 10?
10.
And then are they willing to comply with all of our rules? Our
Right.
federal
Yeah, you gotta
rules?
do the SAM and all the other stuff.
Yeah.
But that would not be for this funding cycle then anymore.
No, it would be because we're overlapping.
Yeah.
I talked to Federal Highways and they said they're, yeah. It's up to us on how we decide that process. So if there's projects that we're like, we can't fund this, that's up to us to make that decision.
What portion of the Anaconda one was grooming? Or was it?
None of it. I think
None
it
of
was
it?
just for equipment.
This was all just equipment.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, they could live with what they got.
Yeah.
I mean, they barely answered the questions.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And they didn't answer them. They didn't answer the question asked.
I mean, I'm Mr. Snowmobile.
And I will say, I mean, if all you're doing is buying equipment, maybe the questions are geared towards what are you gonna do to the trail? So maybe, I wanna say that sometimes the ask doesn't necessarily fit the questions very well.
But project implementation, they didn't even, they
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
had some bullet points.
I
I
will
mean,
know the one in Region 7, there was a mower to purchase a mower and they scored in the upper middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Range.
Yep.
Yeah, they just answered the questions
right.
pretty well. Okay, so that concludes RTP. Thank you guys so much.
Do you need our name on this?
Nope, this can stay anonymous. Anonymous? Please
have
send
trouble
these
with that
into
word,
me.
too.
If you're online and you fill out comments on your comment sheet, please email that to me today or tomorrow. I will be reviewing these and bringing everything to our final decision meeting. Yeah, much appreciated. You have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I think folks are ready to take a break.
No, I just want to say thank you for letting us do this.
Yeah, no, it was helpful to me, so.
It's, and it will help us if we're doing this slide between the two. It will, no, I don't know.
And I think at the next, when we have your summer meeting, maybe we'll get more feedback on this process and we can dig deep. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and tomorrow it's planned to be here at 8 AM and we'll get things rolling. We'll start recording at 8:15 and run the meeting there. So we'll take 15 minutes just to get situated and then record it at 8:15 tomorrow morning.
I'm ready for a follow-up. All right, thank you to
Thanks,
everyone
Jen.
online.
Uh,
Thank you all.